Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Here.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen,
Here.
A. Lydia Amos,
Here.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Tribal Secretary,
Here.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Here.
Tribal Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Just to note on the agenda, Vernon Louis Johnson is still excused because of illness. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Midakiapi. Atewa Kantaka Tukashina, Nina Wopida Tanka, for bringing us together in this beautiful day. I pray in a thankful way for all of creation and Mother Earth, Grandmother Earth. Pray in a thankful way for the sacred way of life of our people. And pray that you will guide us in your wisdom and understanding. I pray for the people, Tukashina, Wakantaka, that you would look down upon our people and have pity on us all. Protect us from the coronavirus. Protect the elders and the children. Watch over all the students while they're in school. Help all those incarcerated and bless them with your daily strength. Pray for all those that are ill. Pray for your healing upon them. Pray for our council person from Buffalo Lake that you will bless him and heal him, that he can return to our circle. Matewa Kantaka Tukashina, pray to you for the good healing emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically for all our people that are suffering. There's a lot of suffering to Kashina, and I pray to you that you will look down upon us and help us and guide us in your wisdom and understanding to do what is best for our people, to help us to make good decisions for the benefit of the entire nation. Pray to you, Tukashina Wakantagaf, that you will bless this day and bless us as we sit here, to open our minds and hearts and understanding of what's before us today. Nina Wopida Tanka, Midakiasa.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for starting us in a good way with the prayer. I'm going to call on Lexi. Lexi, whenever you're ready. I know you passed out your handouts to the leadership, so. Lexi is going to be asking 8 motions, action items from leadership.
Good morning, Council and Executives. Yes, I have a few items for you all. Thank you for allowing me to come in a little bit earlier today. The first motion is to approve the Head Start Finance Report for September.
Any questions coming from council as you have your handouts for Lexi regarding the finance report?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska.
Second.
Second by Bade Hadakia. Question by Madam Secretary.
Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
The next motion will be to approve the attendance report for September.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership as you have the attendance report?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Tokunua. Was it a second? Second by Dion.
Question.
Question by Susie.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Third will be a motion to approve the CACFP food reimbursement report for September.
Floors are open for any comments or questions coming from leadership. So moved by Curtis.
Second.
Second by Susie. Question by Myrna Thompson.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsumana.
Yes.
Dallas Nolan. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
The next one will be a motion to approve the Policy Council report for the month of September.
So moved by Tokunawa. Second by Kakiza Haska.
Question.
Question by Agapta.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsumana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Number 5 would be a motion to approve the Lakeshore order for $3,340.20.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership as you have it in your packet? So moved by Tokunawa.
Second.
Second by Iagapta. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsumana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman. Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
The next one would be for a motion to approve the All Native Solutions order for $3,469.53.
Any questions, comments from council? Going on to Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make that motion, but also, because these are less than 5,000, is there I thought we didn't have to approve anything less than 5,000.
It's probably because we're the governing body, governing board over Head Start.
Is it with your grant?
I heard it was $3,000 that I come here because I don't know. I sent all this paper, the ones that were below $5,000, I do send to procurement, and then they sent it back saying council approval. So I'm not going to argue. I'm just going to.
Okay. No, if that's coming, thank you for taking care of that. No, that's
So
fine. I was just wondering.
So moved by
I was
Dion.
just wondering. Thank you.
Second by Dallas. Question by Susie.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsumana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
The next one would be a motion to approve the Tri-State Building Order for $9,378.76.
Any questions or comments coming from council or the execs? So moved by Tokunawa. Second by Kakiza Haska.
Question.
Question by Iagapta.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsumana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
The next one will be for a motion to approve the All Native Solutions Order for $25,134.63.
Any questions, comments coming from council or execs? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Bade Hadakia. Second by Tokunawa. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Anything else?
In the back is just attached is our Head Start program report and then our copy of our newsletter this month. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi, for all the stuff that you do for our young leaders out there. Appreciate it. Motion to approve the Head Start and Early Head Start report. So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Iagapta.
Question.
Question by Bale Hadakia.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
At this time, I'm going to call on Madam Vice Chair for your report.
So I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, I'm gonna just run briefly through my report, talk on some of the highlights. 2021 budgets have been, matrix have been approved. We're still working with program managers to make any adjustments. And as federal funding and awards amounts come in, those adjustments will be made accordingly. Any increase in budget should come before the executive committee, allowing the vice chair's office the opportunity to identify any additional funding prior to coming to council. The finance staffing levels, the position for the CFO has been declared vacant. It's currently, was currently advertised, will be advertised until filled. An update to that, we did have 3 applicants respond. Of the 3, 1 did not meet the minimum requirements. 1 declined the position due to accepting another job offer. And the 3rd applicant, we couldn't get to respond back for interview dates. Roundtable meetings are scheduled for the last Monday of every month to discuss for-profit matters and has been ongoing since April of 2021. This last council meeting, Lake Traverse Council representative requested to meet monthly regarding finance, so I advised that I will be including that on that scheduled time. I advise to include finance to this reoccurring time slot as preparation for the following month council report. I give council, my team, any opportunity to discuss, answer questions for council. Next meeting for, to begin this meeting, start at September 27th. No members from council showed up. Note, although this meeting is on our roundtable calendar, each month council does not attend, referred to attachment number 3. Executive committee assistant consulted with me on a time that would work with my schedule to roundtable with council at the request of Lake Traverse Council Rep Dion Crawford regarding the for-profit entities. I pointed out we have reoccurring roundtables of our for-profits already. I was informed Ms. Crawford didn't want any of my staff, only me to be in attendance. I reviewed my schedule and gave her a date of Tuesday, September 28th. Council attended the Tuesday meeting, but not the Monday meeting where my finance team would have been there to discuss issues or present their requests at that time. On Friday, October 1, 2021, the Lake Traverse Council representative, Dion Lake, met with my finance department, which ultimately resulted in a significant number of number of individuals walking off the job at 2 p.m. Check and week funeral assistance requests were left to be unprocessed. Chairman Hopkins Jr. was immediately notified by my staff in HR. On Monday, October 4, 2021, I requested a meeting with my staff in HR. Council was present. As a result of this meeting, council clarified council motion number 107 of 9/29 with council motion number 1 of 10/4/21. I don't feel the rest, I mean, the rest is standard and in my report. But what I want to talk about is the interference with my programs by council. I had a meeting with my staff, and I'm finding out new information. And so, Mr. Chairman, you, I, and Madam Secretary need to sit down and have a discussion on this. I'm told that significant, influential person within my department was offered my job once I was removed. I'm not going to talk about anything that I don't have a resource for. Nobody in council should be going to my departments and talking with my staff. If you were in there in good faith, then you would have directed them to HR. That process would have been followed, and you would have gave my team good guidance on how to address their concerns, because their concerns matter to me. Don't take your political influence and your animosity that you have towards me and then cause disruption and then turn around and blame me. Enemy Swim, you started asking me all kinds of questions. You guys knew. You knew this. You knew what was going on before I did. And then want to turn the tables and blame me. From day one, you go back and you look at council. You guys came at me. We've talked about this. We've had several meetings. I feel like you guys are against me, and this shows it. There was a working here, Mr. Chairman. None of that should not have happened. If there's concerns, there's a process. We have a process to deal with that. Now, I'm put in a very difficult situation, because how do you handle when you have a whole department walk off and the precedent that sets? And I have to deal with that. This increase, this salary increase was supposed to have been discussed with you guys Monday. So we could have had HR and we could have hashed that out and had all this figured out amongst ourselves, had time to do that. So I feel this needs to be, it needs to be known, because the minute you as a council person interfere in a program, it's now you made it a political matter. It's a political matter, because previous council, when they had problems with entities, council got together, they worked with HR, they scheduled interview times, they coordinated that. There's a way to do this.
Deanne, then Susie, then Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not going to go into this very, very far, because it's just not productive. I was asked about the motion. I was asked to clarify the motion. I'm always here. Myself, there's some of us that are here every day. You have issues with not telling the truth. You came in and you presented this budget for a purpose, and you're turning around and saying that you didn't. And you're also now blaming us for approving the budget, that the increase that you presented. It's not worth it, but there is no process for when a whole department walks out. We've had the conversation several times about taking responsibility. You give me a lot of power when you say that I'm that influential. For individuals who have built their careers on working for this tribe, and to think that I could influence people like that, I mean, that's really giving giving away a lot of power, and you and I have had that discussion before. I'm not going to address what's in this report, but I'm going to say that I'm going to vote no to approving this because it is inaccurate. You don't know, and I don't know who you're listening to or what, but not taking responsibility for your actions and continuing to not tell the truth is very apparent in this. This will go in the record, and that's okay.
Yep.
I'm okay with that because, and I'm still talking. Because this is just another, it's just another lie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, when we met with my staff, it was brought out that when everybody was asking, how come I didn't communicate, how come I didn't call them, how come I didn't do that, it was noted, and it's on the record. It's on the record that one of my employees didn't understand how anybody didn't know when you sat there and their supervisor sat there knowing what they were discussing I'm going to do. That was admitted in that meeting, and it is on the record. And that's where I formed my opinion. It came out of that meeting. So yes, you have an opportunity to clarify motions. Yes, you do. But the minute you sit down and you start taking in that kind of information, you are political influence. The majority of this council follow you. Everybody sees your animosity towards you. You told me and this body that you will not talk to me the way you talk to everybody else, and you named them all by name. And I will not get that respect from you, and you made it clear. And I told you, I will respect your boundaries and what you're capable of. I told you that, and I have. But this has drawn the line. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm asked that my report be approved. I'm not going to sit here and argue. I'm
Madam
on
Vice
the
Chair.
record. This isn't.
I know you threw out some accusations that there's some more people that want to in line. I know Gypsy's the third one. I'm going in order, so please, my colleagues, have respect for the ones that have when I'm calling upon them. Let them speak and get it out. So I'm going to call on Susie, Dallas, and Gypsy in order.
I would like to say that everybody sitting in this room is an adult. Please act like an adult. Have some respect for us as we're discussing these important issues. We don't need people laughing and making comments in the back of us. Please be respectful. You want respect, then earn it. But I would like to address something to Lisa. I don't appreciate you including me in all this, saying all you sitting around in a circle. I have reached out to you numerous times. I've called you, I've texted you without no response. So don't accuse me of not working with you. And when I come to work and there's people sitting in my workspace, my area, I have that right to listen to them. And there was one person sitting in that room that wasn't an employee of yours. I politely asked her to leave because I feel I didn't need somebody that doesn't belong in finance business in there. And she did leave. But please don't accuse me of not working with you, because I do.
So, Susie, I don't think I accused you of not working.
No, you said all you people sitting around in a circle, that is me. And don't accuse me of that, because I do work with you. I listen to you. I even talk to you. So don't include me in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Dallas?
So I'm assuming when you said that I was asking about information that I was already privy to, well, you're the lead executive. I didn't hear from you about this issue, about finance walking out, until technically you said I'll meet with HR and get back to you on Monday. And going through the group text, that was Saturday. Friday, I just asked, did they walk out? Yes or no? There was no response for several hours. Saturday, I asked again. Sunday, I asked again. I just needed a yes or no. And we're all salary, so we definitely put in work on the weekends. I know all of us, or most of us at least do. And that's all I wanted when I was asking those questions via text. And I had made sure that all the execs and all council were on that text so that we could all be informed. And I just wanted a yes or no. And ultimately, I failed to even get that until the HR person told me. But the information I wanted was if you knew your staff walked off and the reason why. And I never got that answer really until we had, well, I'll just say it, the mess that was Monday. And so I'll end with that. Thank you.
So in our meeting, it was determined that Ms. Crawford was in the meeting when they were talking about what they were going to do. So I didn't get heads up for that. I didn't get notice for that. If I would have known that, we could have got HR intervention. But if you're sitting in there and this is how they're feeling and this is what they're talking about they want to do, that's urgent to get HR involved, and that didn't happen. So you guys are all, closely, you keep in communication, and she knows that. Was she communicating that with you? So when that happened, I called the chairman. I tried to get a hold of Madam Secretary, and HR said just leave it. It was a mess. People were wanting checks. I didn't have answers. Nobody was around to get additional information, and so I said I'll wait till I get with HR.
Yield. Okay, going over to Gypsy, Madam Secretary, Junior. I'm going to just do a couple more, then I'm going to move on.
All right, thank you. There's a couple of things I wanted to address here. First of all, Lake Travers, I don't appreciate you accusing the vice chair of lying all the time and how she needs to take responsibility. You also need to take responsibility for your actions. As vice chair stated, that finance staff said that you and another staff were in that meeting to know what you guys were going to do and what the result was going to be, which ended up in that walkout. You knew that ahead of time, and yet Monday, the farce, the facade of needing communication, you knew this. You could have texted every single one of us prior to what happened. You knew that. You were in on that meeting when they decided what they wanted to do. That was brought out, and it's on the record, as Madam Vice Chair said. It is on the record. And in Dallas, Tokanua, where did you hear this information from?
From several concerned employees.
Okay.
So the
Time I got here, people already.
So then that comes up to my next question is, Lake Travers was here all day Friday. She stated out several times that she's always here. And if you could not hear from Madam Vice Chair, why did you not reach out to Lake Travers as she's always here, a co-worker who knows everything, especially since they asked her about clarifying the motion? So that, I'm just wanting to point that out and stuff instead of all these other things.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, when we get down to the end of it, this motion, this whole issue was because of a misunderstanding to that motion. We met and we clarified it. We would have been on point, we would have been all on the same page had we met that Monday like I had asked. I talked about it in previous council. I said I will make sure that finance is on our for-profit agenda the last Monday of the month, which was my full intention. My staff presented that budget and that increase. They presented, I'm supporting them. That was what they brought. And that would have all been hashed out. We would have been able to have HR, we'd have been able to have good discussions. But my meeting got overlooked and not respected and given me that respect. You wanted it. You said, we want to meet with your finance. We want to meet with you on that. And so I made that a point to designate and include them on that time. And it didn't happen. And all of this could have been prevented if my team and my staff would have been given the opportunity to meet with you guys roundtable like originally intended, then we wouldn't have had that rush come council day.
Okay, and so then, the other thing was, be cooley, Susie. I think what I heard Lisa saying about, everybody around table, it was in regards to how Lake Traverse communicates with everybody on staff. I did not hear her say that it was, that they weren't working with her. I think it was in regards to how Lake Traverse communicates with the vice chair and how she would communicate properly with everybody else, but not with her. That's how I heard that. And so now I make a motion to approve the vice chair's report.
Motion on the floor, but I'm going to go on to Madam Secretary, because she raised her hand after.
Actually, I do have some action items, so if you can wait.
I withdraw the motion for now.
Madam Secretary, Dion Junior Kirk. Oh, sorry about that. Madam Secretary, she raised her hand before, so I'm trying to go in order. Curtis, if I remember, Dion, then Junior.
Floyd was after.
I was before this. Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a correction under the section titled Drug Court in your report, Vice Chair.
Sure.
It says, Madam Secretary requested she be allowed to make selection as treatment falls under her.
That was, yep. That was the previous meeting.
Okay, I don't recall that at all. So if we could just take that out of there, because that drug court thing isn't really clarified yet.
So that came out of our discussion. I always try to leave the previous discussion and then the update with what happened after. So when I present it with Judge Seiler's recommendation to have Megan, you asked if you could do that, if you could take the lead, and that I offered to have Greta. Then we sat down together. We said we'd work this out together, and this is the result of us working that out.
But I don't recall saying that.
Okay, we could strike it. It was on the record.
Vernon, when we move on to approve her report after discussion, just make sure that that's in her report for
I will strike
correction.
that.
Yeah, just strike
Yep,
that.
that's fine. It's on the record.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Junior.
Okay. Lake Traverse does not influence all agency in anything. How I vote is how I vote, and most of the time it's what all agency district wants. So Lake Traverse doesn't influence me in any way. So I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you. And I apologize for assuming, but a lot of the times when things are being discussed, it's with you guys, and then it just comes to council, and there's never roundtable discussion. So that's where I'm basing that, and I apologize if I'm inaccurate.
Okay. And when you said the motion was unclear, you brought the motion to us. What was unclear about the motion?
I didn't bring the motion. My staff came. Yes, my staff came, and I had to take them off the agenda, put them under my report, go counsel with them in my office because I wasn't clear on what was going on. And it was to present that. And we would have all known that had we been able to meet that Monday, because that's what part of that would have been. But it didn't happen. So then when we came into council, everybody's confused on what's going on because we had not been able to get on the same page.
But we weren't confused when you brought it to us. That's why everybody approved the motion.
I didn't write the motion.
No, I know. I made the motion, but it was based off of what you told us.
Well, that part is done now.
Yeah, because it did need to get clarified, because when we met with them that following day, or this past Monday with my staff, we realized you, Dallas, HR, you met with Verlin. The miscommunication came at the hand of that motion. And you guys went back and listened to it and clarified the motion. It didn't state finance. And so now it states finance. And that was the issue that HR had. HR is the one that questioned it, not me. It got stopped at the beginning of the process. It wasn't that I denied it. So that's where it started, and we could have all been on the same page had we met Monday, like it was scheduled. So, Mr. Chairman, I do have some motions, actually. Oh, sorry.
I'm just going in order. Then Dion, then Curtis. Oh, it was Curtis. Sorry about that, Curtis.
So I'm in agreement with old agency here. We had this discussion on Monday about the motion, but what I stated on Monday, and I'll state it again for the record here, is that you knew the conversation that we had in executive session on this issue. And when HR was questioning that, you should have corrected that, and you should have communicated with us that that motion needed to be clarified. None of this would have happened had you done that, but it caused a ripple effect. It caused mistrust, misunderstanding, misinformation, and you alone had the chance to correct that from the beginning, and it would have alleviated everything that conspired Friday into Monday.
No, I'm going to disagree with you, and this is okay for us to disagree. But I didn't have the question on the motion. HR needed more clarification, and she stood before us and told us that.
Exactly, but you went to her first.
I went to her after
the
everybody.
paperwork, from my understanding, when our conversation on Monday, the paperwork went to her. She had questions on it. That's where you should have came in and said, hey, there is a misunderstanding on this motion. We need to get that clarified. Boom, shoot a text to us. Hey, this motion needs to be clarified. Can we do that on Tuesday?
Okay.
That was easy to me.
So Friday afternoon when I got that, I got it Friday. Nobody was here. So I told HR I would take this issue before the chairman and everybody on Monday when everybody's in. Nobody was in. There was nothing I could do about it. Any payroll increases fall on the following pay period anyway. So there's time to resolve this. There was time to do that. And because the checks and everything weren't cut that Friday, people got upset about it, knowing that this stuff don't come around and on until the next day or the next pay period. So what I'm saying
Curtis.
is I did have an opportunity for this to be all resolved.
Floor is still yours. I'm going to turn it to Dion. I'm going to give it back to Madam Vice Chair for
I'm
her
done.
action items.
Thank you.
Dion, I'm just going to one more. Then I'm going to turn it back to Vice Chair for your action items for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we were here that Monday. We were here, we sat around here, we met with Renville and Company. They were on the screens for the for-profit. We were here. So why that roundtable didn't happen, we were here. We were ready, and nothing happened. There's been other roundtables that have been canceled. The procurement, when you put those on the schedule, I rescheduled an appointment for that to be available, and then it was canceled like half hour before it was supposed to come. We're here. This hallway is a two-way. You can walk this way or you can walk this way. The expectation is that I come to you, but you've never once come to me and asked me. I asked you to have lunch, and whole drama happened after that. I've talked about our communication. I said, let's work on it. Never happened. I can only reach my hand out so many times. And this isn't productive, but if somebody asks for my time, if a tribal member asks for my time, no matter who they are, I'm going to give it to them. I'm pretty consistent with that. So they asked me to clarify a motion. I went in, I helped them clarify the motion. Immediately came out when I knew what they were going to do, and I called the chairman because of the issues that are there. I don't feel I'm being targeted, and I've been targeted as well. And there was two of the council members that were in that executive meeting. I wasn't. I was sitting in the suite. But you're not calling them out. You're only calling me out. And I'm okay with that. I'm a big girl. I can handle that. It's okay. I think it's, and I do appreciate old agency saying that I don't have any influence over him. We work together. There's 8 of us here that work together. And if you decide not to be a part of that, and you decide not to be a part of that, that's on you. Because there's 8 of us that work together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to address those lies.
Madam Vice Chair, for your action items, you got 3 of them.
Yes, I just want to move on. I just want to move on because I've got personnel stuff that I got to deal with now. Motion for planning director schedule roundtables to be scheduled with the executive committee. Christine Feinday, or executive committee assistant Christine Feinday, meetings regarding the progress of CARES Act closeout as well as significant American Rescue Plan Act activity with Renville and Company. And I think if we do that, then when they're meeting in the council suite and I'm not aware of it, then that way I know when they're meeting. So I'd like a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, I appreciate it, Madam Vice Chair, for doing that, moving forward, because that's a priority. Appreciate it.
And I'd like to be involved. Motion for sorry.
So moved by Haipa. First motion. Second by Tokunawa. Question by Iagapta. After this,
Tijuana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
I have a question before I vote. So was this requested from the planning director or the chairman previously?
actually, I wanted it a priority.
You
to
wanted
get
it
finished, yes.
in a motion?
Yes.
See, it's got to
The
be
second one as well?
someone other than mine. I'm,
Because this is his program, and this is your program, so I'm just making sure that, okay, yes?
Curtis Bissonnette. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Shannon?
I just need to make a comment as a Lake Traverse district member that this whole idea that you were trying to work with her is a total fabrication. And we need to talk about this. You guys need to talk about this as a council because she has systematically targeted Lisa. And when she comes to our district meetings, all she does is talk bad about Lisa and blame everything on Lisa. So don't try to act like you're trying to work with anybody because you aren't. And I've addressed this with you at district meetings before, and you continue to behave this way. And this is bullying and it's lateral violence, and you guys need to put a stop to this.
Madam Vice Chair?
Can I move on to my second?
Yes.
Okay. My second motion request is motion for project review, for a project review process for the ARPA projects to be implemented by planning director and passed by executive committee no later than October 14th, 2021, which is going to be a regular scheduled executive committee meeting, and approved by council. This process to be approved by council no later than Wednesday, October 27th, which is going to be our last
27th.
regular scheduled council meeting.
So
of the
moved.
month.
So moved by Haipa. Calling for a second.
Second.
Second by Ate Atipi. Question by Tokunawa. Sorry about that, Susie.
And then my third action item.
Hold on, I'm
Oh,
going to
sorry.
call for vote.
Brandon Gypsywana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
So same question, Mr. Chairman, you're okay with this?
That's fine.
Thank you. Yes.
So,
Curtis
Mr. Chair,
Bissonnette. Yes. Travel Vice Chairwoman.
yes.
Travel Secretary.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think as the Vice Chair, I have a right to put standards on anything that pertains to our finances. Thank you. So the third motion that I want to address is this increase. And just the way it all rolled out, and that we all did not have an opportunity to sit down and figure out something that was fair for everybody, and it was rushed. Although I had it planned to be discussed with you, that way we could bring HR in. I'm asking for that motion to be rescinded until we can come up with something that's fair for everybody.
I'll make that motion.
Motion moved by Haipa.
And that's to rescind motion, October 4, 2021, motion number 1. And I'll second. That's increasing their salaries, finance
That
salaries.
was coming from Monday, this
That
past
Monday,
Monday.
this whole thing.
That's the motion that clarified the first one. This
Yep.
is the motion that added finance and has no correction.
So when I rescind that, am I rescinding both? Okay. And that's,
We can just clarify that, if that's what you want that.
say that?
I would just, if you want to vote, just throw that in and clarify it.
Okay, Verlin, I might need your help on the wording of that. So I need, let's see.
I think it was 107 of 929.
Okay, so a motion to rescind 107 of 929 and motion number 1 of 10-4-21.
Motion moved. There was a second. Is there a question?
Question?
Question by all agency.
Brandon Gimsiwana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
No.
Dallas Owen.
No.
A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
No.
Curtis Bissonnette. Travel Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is defeated.
Thank you, council and executives. Anything else, Madam Vice Chair?
No, sir. That's it.
Motion to move, approve the Vice Chair's report with that strike. Moved by Atea TP, but there's a question
Second.
coming by
Second.
Kakiza Haska. Sorry about that.
Atea TP, can you put what changes? Because,
Yeah, he did say that. It's what changes, right, Verlin?
Oh, yeah, with correction.
yeah, because there's incorrect information in here, so I just want to put that on the record too.
Second by Kakiza Haska.
Question.
Question, that was Haipa.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Verlin, I just have a quick question. So are we able to, would I be able to do an addendum to this to address the inaccuracies? Or how do we do that? Because if we did a change for secretary and,
Well, this one was made with that correction, or we're striking that one sentence. So.
What do you want corrected?
okay.
What do you want corrected?
That there's, okay, all right, yes.
Curtis Bissonnette. Yes. Brandon Gimsiwana.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
I just need to ask a question about, it's been reported that financial information is being released. So now we don't get the financial information.
If we start having that, that last Monday of the month meeting with me, that you guys will have that opportunity to do that. And if there's anything that you need, just let me know and I'll get that to you. But until then, the check register that every other vice chair before me submitted to council and it was fine is what I'll be submitting from this point forward. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
I'm going to call upon Tribal Realty, but when you're getting ready up there, Jerry, I'm going to call upon Vivian. Vivian, there's a corner mic over there. Yeah, yep.
It's green, that means go, huh? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to everyone here, I was kind of surprised and taken back because our Constitution says that the Vice Chairman has the responsibility, all financial matters, all financial and business matters. And listening to this, I was surprised. One of the issues that we've had here for a long, long time was we needed an executive director to shield those three administrators there. We can have all kinds of people yelling and screaming and bitching at whoever else, but they need that protection as well. They do. When you got rogue employees fighting over salaries or whatever it is, they need to be protected because she's responsible financially for all the business matters, and you need to respect that. You said we need to be respectful, let's be respectful. I welcome you to a courtroom when I'm fighting Karen Gangle. We have to shake hands and walk away. No matter what we do, we have to disagree, we agree, whatever it is, we have to have that respect. Now, I know for a fact there's no HR person sitting in here for you guys to question. That HR person plays a big part here. There's a mediator, there's the people who can diffuse any kind of situations. You don't have to attack. You do not have to attack. That person should be here. You look at all the casinos, all the people up there, all complaining. And that HR people can diffuse them right there. They can fix it. It doesn't happen. Our HR people are very important to any organization. They can make it blue, yellow, red, or whatever they want. We have one over there, former HR. I've been 17 years an HR director, so we know what we're talking about. You need to protect yourselves. Now, we've talked about it for years and nothing's happened. It's streamlining this operation here. We're a multi-million-dollar operation, and we're still picking on each other. We are. And for your information, Dallas and Curtis and Dion, people do talk about you. They do negatively how you're picking on Lisa all the time. And that's not fair. No, nobody's gonna come and tell you, Dallas, but yeah, people out there telling. They know, they hear things. So please start acting professional. If you wanna cut her up or whatever, be adults. Like Lydia said, go in there, sit down. What happened? How can we fix it? How can we make it better? Not you lying, you lying. We're sitting here listening to that. We voted you guys in to take care of us. So please act professional and back off, Lisa. She is the vice chairman of this tribe. People elected her to do her job. Now treat her with respect like you're talking about. Now, I would like to see the streamlines. For years we've been talking about executive director. They can take the brunt. They can take everything. They can take the heat and take it away from all of you guys so you can do your jobs. That's what's missing here. You don't have a cushion. You don't have a cushion here. Take that heat away from everybody. So if we're going to improve our organization here, our tribe, get somebody in there. Get those filters in there so you guys can do your job. You're a legislative body. And you're talking about people being angry and upset. So we can change that though. You guys are all good-minded people. You're intelligent people. So let's restructure this somehow and protect our people here that we voted in. That's all I have to say. Now, put your HR people out here. Bring them and ask them. Hold them accountable for what's going on out there. Hold them accountable. They're getting good salaries. You know, and that's just what I have to say.
Thanks, Vivian. Jerry, floor is yours.
Good morning, Tribal Council. I have one action item. I apologize. I know I was directed to get the tribal fee land policy in front of council within 2 weeks. I did complete that draft within 5 days. They turned it into legal. Legal is requesting more time to do research. So I'm hoping once that's completed, I can squeeze in on a special meeting sometime. But the action item I have is to finalize the purchase of the lunchroom property. I need this motion worded the way it is in the report, which will allow me to cut the check for the purchase. And then also authorizing the chairman the signature authority to complete the closing documents.
Any questions coming from council? Curtis?
So I got two things, Jerry. Number one is that can we meet on the 1st of next month on your policy? I really think that's important And I think that's the reason why we gave you a 2-week period to do that. And I'm glad you got it through legal and it's moving forward, but I really think that's important. So would maybe next month, beginning of the month, sound like it's a reasonable amount of time for you guys to get that together?
Yes, I believe legal could have it completed by then. I will include RPC in the discussion and get them aware of it.
Okay.
Typically, when we amend the land acquisition policy, it goes to RPC, goes to the districts, and then finally comes back to RPC and then to council. So we are streamlining this somewhat, but I would like RPC to be involved, and I will send them, and I did attach the draft that I submitted to legal. I'm sure she's going to beef up the language and put a lot more protections in there for the tribe. But yeah, absolutely, by the first of the next month is more than enough time.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Curtis. Going on to Gypsy. Floor is yours, Gypsy.
Thank you. The asking price, $275,000, is that what we offered, what they suggested, or was it appraised, the appraised value?
Well, council approved this twice to make an offer or to pursue this purchase. We did a lowball offer at, excuse me, at $215,000. The sellers came back and said to give us their best and final, give us their best and final offer. Communicating with Tony, there was 3 or 4 other people involved that were putting offers on the table. I met with the few council, I went to see the chairman, and there was a few council sitting there, so I updated them. And they said just to pursue the purchase at asking price, so we didn't lose the property.
Okay, and then is this with planning on the different options that we're going to be possibly using the building for?
Yeah, planning will take over that process. I don't know if it's going to be a museum or for office spaces or what, but it is a great location and a great facility.
Yep, all righty, thank you.
Thank you, Gypsy.
Anything else? Motion approved by all agency, second by Madam Vice Chair.
Motion
Yes.
to purchase?
Motion. Is that a question?
I'll question.
Oh, question by Haipa.
Blueberry Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Juan,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Tribal Council.
Savannah, I seen your hand before, but I just wanted to get Jerry because I know he had this quick action on him. Motion to approve realty report.
So move. Second.
So moved by Tokunawa, second by Adea Tipi. Question by Madam Secretary.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Juan,
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary,
Yes.
Chairman. Motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and executives. Right now, we got planning coming up, but before planning, I'm going to call up Savannah. Ms. Flute, there's a mic over there. Either one. Just make sure you're sanitized. There's hand sanitizer up there, so I want to keep everybody safe that comes in and gets to the mic, so.
Halmadakapi, Savannah Flutamakiapi. I'm an SWO tribal member, and I just came in for something else, and I just want you, as somebody that's new here, that came into tribal council, right away when I came in, the air was really like heavy here, and then when I sat down, there was like, I guess, arguments amongst this board, and it's very unprofessional on camera. And I have to commend the vice chairwoman for keeping her composure and, I think you need a hug. I mean, I just feel that this attacking needs to stop. But the one thing that I'm really concerned about is you need to smudge this place. You need to smudge it. You guys need to get along, walk out. Chairman can call. We need to smudge this area because when I came in, you could just feel it. And this needs to stop. Take a break or something and shake hands afterwards. And the reason why I'm commending her is that because she had taken the time to actually say, well, let's move on and apologize. I see that happening with her. But another thing too, I think that you need to be made aware is that you guys need to stop using your cell phones in session. You know, what I see right away, something happening, somebody's gonna be sitting here texting somebody else. Just stop using your cell phones here. Have some courtesy towards each other. That's all I have to say. Oh, and keep on doing what you need to do for our people.
Thanks, Savannah. Your mic. Thank you. Just remind everybody, the listening audience, and my colleagues here at the table. I try to keep everybody when I see a hand raised. You know, I try to keep everybody when you go into order and stuff. Sometimes I forget, but this is a tough job chairing a meeting like this and stuff. So I apologize if I do miss you guys, but I try to get back, and I try to stay to the agenda. So I try to do my best. So I do see your hands, and if I miss you guys' hands, I apologize. So with that, is planning here. Just want to make a note, Gerald, Matt is still excused because of illness.
Yes, good morning, council and executives. The planning director, Matt, is still out sick, but I just had one action item that I needed to have you guys take action on for me. It's in regards to the BIA remodel. And what we've been doing, there's been some concerns over that project, but I think you guys visited it last week and did a walkthrough. Everything's on track. It's now ahead of schedule and under budget. So it's moving forward, it's looking good. But the one thing I need a motion on so I can get them paid is we've been utilizing the tribe's maintenance facilities program to complete this project. And I can't say how much I appreciate Breon and his crew, and he has also brought on additional Taro tribal members, and they're banging that project out, and they're doing an excellent job. I gave you guys a printout, and that's the projected amount that it's going to cost for this month and next month to complete that project for all of the renovation for the facilities program. And the one thing I like about doing it this way is we're keeping the dollar within the tribe. None of it's leaving, and it's staying local, and we're utilizing tribal members by doing that. So
move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Legacy. Second by Madam Vice Chair. Question by Iagapta. But before I call a vote, Vernon, there's a question over by Tokenoa. Floor is yours, Dallas.
So I'm guessing the reimbursement will come out of the budget that we already passed?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Call for vote, please.
Yes, sir.
Gerald, this is one you're paying facilities management?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Mary Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir, that's it.
Motion to approve the Planning Department report.
So moved. Me.
So moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Madam Vice Chair.
Question.
Question by Bade Hadakia.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. German. Next, we got the System Option Housing Authority.
Who made the motion to approve it? To approve the planning report? Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
The system option housing? Thanks for sanitizing, Gypsy.
Thank you, Gypsy. Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Angie, by the way, I know you're getting started. You have a good report here. So whenever you're ready, make sure your mic is on. We got a listening audience. Angie, the floor is yours.
There you go. That's what you guys need, right here. Spray these little mics here. Well, thank you, council, and I think the tribal secretary, I've been trying to meet with council for a couple months now on this issue, and I thank you for putting me on the agenda. Excuse me, I need my glasses. I wanted to get like hot pink folders. I really did. I looked all over, tried to find some real bright covers for this report. And because I think this is very important, not saying that everything that comes before you isn't important, but this have been an issue that has been neglected for years and years and years and decades for our people. And whenever you see this red folder, I hope it brings to mind what I'm presenting to you today. And then you'll have to look at it and say, oh shoot, we gotta address that. Oh shoot, we gotta address that. It's always gonna be nagging at you guys, red folder. So again, thank you, council, for allowing me to bring these issues to you. I'm gonna be bringing 3 issues before you today, and one of is on home repairs and lack thereof for our tribal members that reside on the reservation. I am going to be presenting a request on behalf of a tribal member veteran seeking home ownership. And I think Jerry is here. I asked Jerry to be here too, because one of the issues we're having is mutual self-help, the land leases that many of our homeowners under mutual self-help do not have title to the land. And a lot of our home repair programs require this. So,
Before you go on, Angie, I'm going to ask Jerry to come up to the table just in case there's any questions for you, Jerry. Thank you.
as you know, housing received over $400,000 in ARP funds through HIP. One of the requirements that was waived was income, and we had a lot. In 8 days, we had 8 working days, we got 134 applications. The majority of them, I'd say about 80%, were all over income families. And with this money, my intent or my wishes was to go for different things, but I'm glad housing opted to do it and put it out for the tribal members, like emergency home repairs. We're going to serve about 30 homes under this. And we got 134 applications. And I even got one coming in here. And I'm supposed to be getting another one coming this afternoon. They just told me I'm going to put it in this afternoon. So there is an extreme need to serve our people with home repairs. I have been doing this in one way or another, helping people with home repairs, home ownership for over 25 years. Not once in 25 years that I know of has the tribe ever made a master plan addressing this issue in home repair, home improvement, or home replacement. We have a lot of homes out there that are trying to get band-aided, but should really be replaced. You put a lot of money into these homes, and it's just, they need to be replaced. Another issue is, it's kind of, I have to correct my report here. Eric pointed it out to me this morning that of the 596 rental units I have listed here, it's over 700 rental units. But with the help of Mike Labatt, he came up with a number for home ownership individual, and that is 503 within the reservation boundaries of private homes. 174 of those are mutual self-help. And about 42 or in the 40s is the district homes. So that leaves like 287 that our people went out, they either built or they bought existing homes. That's a lot of homes. That's reservation-wide. We're not talking off reservation, we're talking on reservation. So that kind of gives you these numbers, kind of open your eyes to the need that we are not addressing as a tribe. Another thing I wanted to point out was that, you know, I know a lot of you refer people to me for home repairs or for home ownership. Bottom line, people, we only serve like 8 because our funding is so limited. We only do like 3 projects a year for the HIP, 5 project Federal Home Loan Bank, and that's it. 8. And you have 100, maybe like 50, 60 applications a year, people that could be income eligible, but we just don't have the funds to serve them all. One of the solutions, a proposed solution, is that the tribes establish a home improvement program. And I do have a rough draft here. I mean, this is just a draft, people. This is just thoughts thrown out on paper. It's not, you know, nothing to say that it should be this way or not. I mean, the majority of you, I don't know about Dallas though. Do you own your own home?
Negative.
Okay. Well, the majority of you own your own home on council, so you know what you go through every day. One of the things I want to point out is that I know one of the solutions was the ICDBG, bringing that to home repair. It hasn't been used for home repair for years, probably decades. And we need to focus on the home repair. And I know some of it's been, you know, kind of like into the education department and stuff, and I'm all for the education. I mean, we need education, I'm all for education, but my priority is the home. Our children come from those homes, and whatever happens in that home and the condition of that home, that child takes with them to school. Bring it back. It takes again. If it gets worse and worse, that child's gonna take it with them. So I have seen so many homes out there that are in substandard condition, and it's really heartbreaking to see and hear these stories about our children leaving that home, getting on a bus, and it makes me wonder, what are those kids on the bus saying to them? And it's really sad because we had a case like that, and that bothered me so much. I mean, I lost sleep over it, just thinking what those kids every day getting onto that bus. What were those kids saying to them about their house, the condition of their house? That's something to think about. We need to help our people. We need to help our children. We need to help our elders. This affects all of you guys here as homeowners.
Can I step in on the ICDBG?
Hmm?
Can I step in on your ICDBG there? You know, your mic, please.
SWHA, we really do support and commit that, you know, next year, the ICDBG towards the homeownership repair. on our new construction projects we got right now, we're fine. We have some external resources with the support of tribal council that you guys bring in as well. So we're sitting fine on the next 42 homes of Parker Hill there as well. So this is where we can show the support of homeownership as well, is applying. It's an allowable activity as well. Thank you.
Gypsy?
So, can we have a roundtable to discuss how to develop this home improvement loan program? I mean, we've been talking about for years, one thing I was been wondering, even the housing houses that are for rent, a lot of them need repairs. It's like there's funding for new homes, but there's hardly ever any funding for repairs. So leave that up to Christine? Said it?
Definitely. Can you just get with Christine back here? She sets up a roundtable for everybody, and she sends out an email to. That's a good idea, Gypsy. Madam Secretary, then Dion.
I had a question. I'm sorry. I had a question because people that have mobile homes or they're called trailer houses sometimes, but people that have applied for HIP, I know of a couple that told me that they didn't qualify for the HIP program because their trailer house was in too much disrepair and it should be condemned, but yet it's their only home. So how are we going to not discriminate against them that own a trailer home or a mobile home that really is in disrepair and really needs help, especially with a weakening floor and stuff like that, and it's basically their only home. So we need to figure that out, because I don't think we should discriminate against people. It's their home. Thank you.
And under the HIP, they don't. Under the HIP program, if you're rated high enough, and it's all about points with the HIP program. It's about age, if you're a veteran, how many children you have. There's a whole rating factor for HIP. Now, if you're like in the 1 or 2 up there, like I say, I can get 30, 40 applications a year, but we're only going to serve 1 or 2 or 3, hopefully, under HIP. And if one of those 3, if they do live in a house, in a trailer or whatever, that is in disrepair, we have to replace it under the HIP regulations. If we cannot bring that home up to standard condition with the money that's allocated for home repair, then we have to do a replacement. So that's under federal regulations that we have to follow. But that depends on how high they rank. So there, a lot of them on that list, like the 30, 40, are income eligible, but we only get funding for 1 or 3 at the max projects, and that's it. And then you have to start the whole process all over again every year. So I'll be putting out notice for HIP for 2022 here pretty soon, so not to confuse it with what we got here at the ARP. But I like that. I appreciate you, Gypsy, putting for the roundtable, because this needs to start being addressed. There's so many here. And like I said, we can only serve 30 out of that 134, and we need to try to figure out a way to help the other 100.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Going on to Dion, and after Dion, we got Vivian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just really want to thank Angie for bringing this forward and bringing this to the table. It's so important. And I think that you came to us with something that's tangible and well-written, and I just can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I hope we can get the roundtable, really soon, so that we can start looking at ways to implement this. My question for Eric, and obviously your ex officio he's on leave today. Are there ways that this can be addressed? Has the board looked at addressing these issues? Has the board, I'm sure Angie's made them aware. So is there a plan? Are you looking for funding? Is it all low income? Just some of those. Thank you.
When we get to the home ownership, it's always, assessing what we've done in the past. There's not really a formalized process, because we have over income, we have veterans, we have ADA, we have elders, right? and then it's only so many you can serve at that time. Every now and then, housing would be awarded a federal home loan bank, but then there's income restrictions. So a lot of the time, it's just trying to tap into money that we can use for unrestricted incomes so that we can serve this ratio of target audiences in our community. So the plan would be to use some of the American Rescue Plan money, infrastructure money that's coming down the pipelines to dedicate towards this. But then we're going to come into play also is the lack of labor workforce as well. Yesterday we had a meeting with some of our projects that are going on right now, and all the contractors, priority always is our tribal subcontractors, right? Following Terra law and things like that. And the contractors that we do have across our reservation right now, without distressing them any further, our board did go on there to continue to, and once you exhaust that, then you can go outside to find, but again, it's building products and programs and building our future workforce through our tribal college.
Vivian, did you have anything? Or no? Oh, I'm not an honor yet. I gotta go back to school for that.
Well, I just wanted to talk to council, remind them too, as you develop homes and land and stuff, remember that one of the facets is our security, our police force. We need to extend our police officers as well, because the more land we have, the more we have to cover them. And I understand our police department is not, fully capacitated, so that's just something to think about.
Curtis, the floor is yours.
Forgive me if I jumped the gun here, but I was reading your report and it says we need to develop another construction management office. I just want to tell you that is on our radar. We've been wanting to get that going for a good long time. I know that in the past it wasn't followed through correctly, and we want to fix those. We want to fix those because I think we really need that. And one of the talks, that we monitor that more better than what we have in the past. I think it kind of wasn't quite what the intent was there for. And so I just want to tell you guys that is on our radar. We've been having numerous discussions on that to get that office back up and running because we do need that. We do need that because sometimes the tribe gets taken advantage of, in certain cases and stuff like that. And we have to get back to making sure we toughen up our policies and our structure moving forward so we can get production out of the dollar we spend. And that goes for the housing too, and I'm glad you guys are bringing this to the table because this has always been a discussion we've had. And I've talked, just went over on occasion and talked to the director, Eric, about what can we do, how can we brainstorm some ideas with tribal leadership and the housing, and the board and stuff. We need to come together and start making a bigger plan and a longer plan out there that's broad where everybody can see step by step on how we're going to be doing this and execute it. So that is on our table. Like I said, I apologize. I saw that on here and I just wanted to address that part of it, that we are talking about the construction part of it, because we do need that. It is lacking here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Curtis. I see a lot of projects on the radar too with leadership and planning office as well, and I think this is a part of our joint effort together. And I know we don't like talking about the past, but maybe, capacity is always a thing, right? And if we can all stay mission focused, funding, governance comes together, those things will come together, right? As far as restructuring that office, and putting in the capacity so that we have a recipe for success together, and nobody wants to see anybody fail on both sides of the table. So thank you guys.
Going on to Gypsy.
I just wanted to make one more statement, Angie, in regards to how you said no, we don't want to take away from education, but having a safe, comfortable home is the basis of a good starting education. Without a good home and all of these things, a child can't function properly when they don't have secure home. That's the whole basis of, and it ties into our whole total well-being and health and well-being. So this is part of their education. So it's not like I don't feel we're taking from education. We're just addressing another form of it. And I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Gypsy. Just, Angie, you got about like 5 minutes. But when you guys set up that round table with us, invite us over to the housing. I know you guys got a nice meeting room over there. So with those those comfy chairs.
With pizza.
Madam Secretary.
I just was curious as to how many mutual self-help homeowners do not own the land that it sits on.
That's what we're going to be discussing. That's why I have Jerry here discussing on that. But I'd like to get to the request that I have for council, and that is for the tribal member veteran. He's getting a lease by Siston Lagoon, across the road from Siston Lagoon, and there's enough for like maybe 4 or 5 lots there. 2 of them are getting leases there, but they came up with the electrical cost to bring electricity to that track at $38,000. So I guess I'm requesting the tribal council. And another thing before I go any further is that council, I'd ask that you don't share any of the names that I have presented here, because I don't know if these people want their names published or out there, but and particularly this one, because it is confidential nature. So but they do have their names in here, of the 2 who will be getting tracts of land over at that particular track. So I guess I'm asking, if looking at as future housing development, if council would approve like the electrical cost for this, and both of them, potential homeowners are getting mortgage loans.
Any questions or comments from council or execs?
Yeah, it's a one-time fee.
Yeah. Where does that fee come from?
Pardon?
Is the one-time fee?
Yes, from the utility company. Yeah, just getting electricity to that site. Actually, it's just to the Native Veterans site, and I don't know so probably a lot less getting it to the other homes.
Gypsy?
Okay, so then, that's a whole new site, so it's just getting the basis first set up, and then for future homes, they'll be able to get hooked up to that one, a new line. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on the map, is it this one?
Yes.
Okay. So how have we handled this in the past? Well, the agency. How do we handle some of this stuff? How has it been handled in the past? Since you're our historian.
It hasn't been any, the tribe doesn't normally pay for when it's private home ownership, and that's what this is. So it's a unique request. I know in other places, some of the home ownership had to pay up to almost $10,000 to get their electricity hooked up there. So I would have liked this to have been a round table so we can all get together and talk about it. It's needed. Don't get me wrong. It is 100% needed. But we might open up a can of worms because there's been tribal members that had to pay for their own hookup. And essentially, this is what we're doing, right?
Well, this is kind of more like a development.
Oh, no, yeah, I agree. It's a development. There's a group of homes that is going there. But I'm just saying there's going to be some backlash because previous homeowners had to pay for their own hookup, and that was a part of their mortgage. But like I said, I agree with it. I think it's needed. I just want to make sure that there's going to be some backlash because there's been previous homeowners who have paid for this themselves.
I guess I would ask the question of you knowing that there have been previous homeowners that did pay for their own, did they ever come to council requesting?
No.
Madam Vice Chair?
So I'm wondering, it's going to be like a development. I wonder if some of this would fall under that infrastructure.
Good question. I think it could.
Oh, nice. That'd be great.
I think it could, yeah.
We have that discussion this afternoon, actually. Dion?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I wasn't. So that was what I was going to say is maybe if you could be here this afternoon, can she be here this afternoon? Because we are meeting with with Mark Van Norman. We are going to talk about the infrastructure dollars. And so if this is, we'll discuss this more, I think, is what I'm hearing. But moving forward and looking forward, for this, I think it would be a perfect opportunity for us to look at that, what funding's there, and then start looking at that process so that, we'll try to find a way to take care of these ones. But then, you talked about the planning part of it, and I totally 100% agree. So I think it's at 1 or 1:30 with Van Norman?
Yes, 1:30.
So if you could stay.
Okay.
Yeah, 1:30, that would be great. Thank you.
You going to feed me?
I think Chairman's buying today, so.
Whose turn is it? Dallas? No. Always picking on poor Dallas.
$7 today.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I have just one more, and that was what Madam Secretary brought up, the issue about the land leases for mutual self-help. I shared with Jerry about my proposal and stuff before, but that's kind of, and I'm hoping that he agrees with the process and proposed solution that we get. Again, we'll probably have to get together and make this happen because this is a unique situation with the homeowners and mutual self-help. And according, if you read my report on this, then it's kind of like something that we need to work out and come up with a solution on addressing this issue.
Madam Secretary?
I think a precedent has been set, so I don't know how we cannot go forward and do it the same way.
Under the proposed home site policy, it pretty much follows that process, but however, I don't know about the lease payments and how that was handled or anything, so that's more information that we need to bring to the table, and how that was applied or not applied.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, the intent of this project was great. I understand what they were trying to do. It's just the follow through and the process was broken down somewhere. We do have a list, I can't think of it off the top of my head, that we have pending in my office, but the house had to been conveyed and turned over. But the issue is, where did those payments go? They were supposed to be in an escrow account that we were going to go grab after we advertised the land. I mean, because Council, some of you have dealt with this. You're aware of this. We set up an account over at the credit union, and when the BI allowed us to accept direct pay, we would do it on behalf of the tribal member and the current homeowner to help convey that land over. Now BI doesn't accept direct pay, so we would have to cut a check and mail it through the lockbox and do that whole process. But there's a big piece missing, and that's where did all these lease payments go, because they were supposed to be held in escrow. We were supposed to appraise the land and advertise it for competitive bid. Then we would, I would bring the envelope, the sealed bid, get council approval. We would award that sale to that homeowner, and then that money would be applied to pay for the land. Our public law regulates the sale of trust land, and we have to follow it. I do believe that council has a constitutional authority to bend some of that interpretation and that language of that public law. I did work with previous legals when we had a full legal team. Since then, there's been nothing but turnover. My office has been slowly, at a snail's pace, been moving these along. The last one we brought through was Mr. Kompeska's. I've been meaning to meet with the vice chairwoman on that. We have to treat it a little differently because BI is requesting that money to go through the lockbox. But the way we're doing it now is not a fix-all. I mean, if I had a little legal help and we can compile the list, we can find out who's ready, and some of these people unfortunately passed away, and now it's their kids working on getting this land. So it's been an issue forever. It was a great project. It just, with turnover and with everything, with life happening, things kind of got sidetracked, and I've been trying to clean it up and moving it forward. I just need a little help so we can find a fix-all to get this resolved once and for all.
Go ahead, Dan. Sorry about that. I was reading.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this probably would be an area where we need to do an RFP and, get an attorney specifically for your department. I know that planning, we talked about an attorney that would serve both of those departments because they're sort of intermingled. But maybe this is the time. And I don't know what funding source that would be, but if there's a budget increase, that's needed, then I think we need to do that because this is very serious. So, if we could do that, I don't know if that's something we would do today, but hopefully in the very, very near future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else, Angie? Oh, sorry. Gypsy?
I guess I'm just wondering, previously, I don't remember where we were talking about a deeds office or a title and deeds office. Isn't this something that would fall underneath that? So maybe we should have another roundtable discussing setting up another, I don't know create another program department. I don't know, however that works. So anyway, that's just what I want to bring up and think about.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, one last comment from Jerry.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for the record and people watching, that if you are one of these mutual self-help homeowners and you want to know more, please come to my office. Bruce DeMars is the one tasked with this, but I will help sit with him and we'll go through it and we'll get you on that list. It's time consuming because it has to be fully appraised. We have a backlog of appraisals. We have limited funding for appraisals. So it's unfortunate, but it's a matter of process, and unless we get legal involved and to help really strategize the solution, it's just going to take time. So I apologize to tribal membership. I'm doing all I can to help resolve this. Thank you.
Junior.
Are you appraising, or I just want to get clarification, are you appraising it at the land improvement where because initially it was all pasture land. So I'm going back to my parents, and they were supposed to pay $150 a month for 15 years and a day. When I got ownership of it, I had to pay, I think it was like $500 or something like that, because that's what was not paid on the, they kept track of it. So I had to pay $500, and then the BIA turned the land over to me. There's no deed for a house. There's never a deed for a house. That's part of a problem that we need to fix too.
Yes.
But the land was turned over into my name after I paid the $500. But so they always kept track. I don't know how they're doing it now, or how you guys are doing it now, but that was part of the problem, because some of them were trying to say they're going to appraise the land when they were going to turn it over, which is unfair, because they should have appraised the land before the house is built, because then it was just pasture land. It was worth not much. But now that you improve it and you develop it, now it's a home appraisal type thing.
No, I agree. When we do this, we appraise it as unimproved land. The frustration I have, though, is when this first started, that's when all this should have been appraised. Then they could have been buying the land at, for 20 some years cheaper price. Now they're paying top dollar for our work, kind of helping pay, but it's unfair, and it takes time. But there is maybe an option, and this is where I need some legal help, is that the tribal council could waive fair market value. That we could advertise all these in one mass advertisement, get everybody to put in a bid for it for whatever, and whatever they give or offer is what we accept, and you guys waive fair market value. But again, I'm just kind of speculating because I need some legal guidance here, but that is possibly an option. So that's something we can work on.
Thanks, Sherry. Just to remind council and execs, because there's names in this red folder, keep them confidential. Motion to approve the Sissewaupton Housing Authority report. So moved by
Second.
Dion, second by Gypsy, question by Curtis.
Thank you very much.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Council and execs, at this time, let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back with Cliff Epperhart's report. Members of council, we got a quorum, so I'm going to get on with our agenda. Cliff is patiently waiting, so I'm going to call on Cliff whenever you're ready with your report. I know you do have a handout for the council and exec, so go ahead, Cliff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Tribal Council. I did hand out the report and emailed it out, I think Friday last week, so we'll just start at the top. I just have 2 action items. So the KLJ amendment task order for the transportation grants. The SWO-DOT had advertised for a consultant engineer to assist the program in data collection and engineering to be utilized in transportation-specific grants. KLJ had submitted to the RFP, and with SWO Tribal Council approval of the 5-year contract. So motion number 1 would be to approve the amendment to Transportation Grants Task Order for FY 2022 and SWO Tribal Chairman signature authority on all documents.
Second. So moved by Tokunawa, second by Atea TP.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Abstain.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. What's that? Well, for the transportation grants, we've done pathways in the safety realm. We've put up lighted stop signs, rumble strips, rumble stripes, stop rumbles, and these are all grant funded through the transportation safety program. When we do these grants, they're very data driven, and pre-engineering is always a component of these grants. And when these NOFOs come out, they only give you like 30 days to be able to put this grant together, which gives us no time to RFP for any engineering or anything like that. So with this consultant, we're able to move forward in very effective grants, and we've been successful in the last 2 years in about $2.5 million worth of transportation grants.
My question is that, a lot of people get sent out to Sioux Falls and Fargo may not be able to afford that. So, some of the reservations do provide like dance for the family. Have you ever thought about expanding in that area?
I guess I'm not quite understanding. Are you talking about the transit?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is for the construction of the roads, is what he's talking about.
Okay,
It's not the transportation.
Yeah.
No, I knew that. That's why I wanted to just correct you.
That way, if somebody asks me, then I can say that. A lot of us don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Something in that area you might want to think about it. We've got people going to Mills Weather.
Sure.
Don't have transportation, whatever. So that's something that we need to stand on, I think. The Choctaw reservation, there's leftover dams, something that comes down.
Sure.
That's something that we may want to look at, the economy starts changing.
Well, our tribal transit program will give you a free ride if you have Medicare. They'll give you a free ride anywhere in the state of South Dakota. They'll even give you a ride over to Minnesota's facilities. Yeah, just call the transit, and if you got Medicare, they'll give you a free ride. It's to any doctor's appointments for sure. Yeah. Yes, Medicaid. Yep. Right. So, thank you, Vivian. Moving on then, BIA 2 reconstruction task order amendment. So, the task order amendment will finish the project, taking us through the final BIA inspections and the closeout process.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Tokanoa. Second by Iagata. Question by Madam Vice Chair.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Anything else, Cliff?
That should do it.
All right, I appreciate you coming and bringing forward your action items for Council and Executives. Motion to approve the Department of Transportation report. So moved by Emily Swim.
Second.
Second by Veblen. Question by Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yeah.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Executives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tribal Council. Have a good day.
At this time, I'm going to call up Mr. Red Day for our Elderly Nutrition Program report.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, executives, and council. I have two items in the packet that I provided. The first one is for our self-care items. It's a purchase that procurement requires for the amount of $5,913.95. It's for our 191 participants on our program. It's basically, foot powder, conditioner, shampoos. Some of them can't provide for themselves, so we have to provide it for them.
Make that motion.
So moved by Haipa. Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Madam Secretary.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs.
Thank you. My second action item is a quote that I provided in there from Aero Heating and Cooling for $41,000. How this came about is that if you guys remember, a couple months ago, you guys approved our furnace purchase. But Fuel Inc. contacted me late last week and stated that they're not going to be able to get it until like January or February because everything's on back order.
Curtis, did you have a question on that?
Yeah, sorry. I remember this conversation, and I just asked him because I visited with James, and he said that they were on back order with this because I asked him if they got their heating and cooling fixed at the Tribal Nutrition Center. He had stated that they were really on back order, like way back, and then he also said that there was another company that had the same parts that was willing to maybe, I think either you or James could reach out to them and get the parts sooner.
Yeah, that's where actually Fuel Inc. referred Aero Heating to me, and then that's where I got this information from. They actually have 2 units in Omaha that they could bring up to us. But as you can see in my report that they wanted a down payment, according to the quote, of $25,000. But I talked to him and I said, well, I have $17,000 tied up in that contract with Fuel Inc. and Ridge Electric. If we cancel those two, that will come up with $17,000. I asked him if he would take that as a down payment and then pay the balance of $24,000 once he is done with the work. He said he was agreeable to that. But the thing is, I don't have $24,000. We need $24,000, some type of program support for that. So that's why I'm here today.
Okay. Any else coming from council or executive body?
He also said that he could begin work within 2 weeks and it should be completed within 3 weeks.
Curdy.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make that motion approving the 24,000 to be determined by a funding source to move forward with the heating and cooling of the Elderly Nutrition Center.
Second.
Motion moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Bade Hadakia. Before I call for a question, there's a question coming from Tokanoa.
Did procurement look at the second quote for the Aero Heating and Air? I just don't see a stamp.
No, that was going to be my next one to do sole source, because this is a time critical thing, because they only have 2 of them that they can hold till Friday, those 2 units. Otherwise, they're going to be out of stock and we'll be waiting again.
So at this time, you're just requesting additional funds, correct?
Yes, additional funds, and then I'm hoping for council motion to sole source it to Aero Heating and Cooling.
So the current motion, though, is just the funds, right? All right. Thank you.
Question by Henry Swim.
Okay, Curtis, so just you're going to allocate them just the 24,000 on program support to elderly nutrition.
Yeah, the 24,000. Yep, I have the 17,000 available.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Executives. Mr. Redday, I see you got one more.
That was that motion to sole source it to Aero Heating and Cooling.
Mr. Chairman, I'll also make that motion to sole source it to Arrowhead Heating and Cooling also.
Okay. Moved by Kakiza Haska.
Due to the time sensitivity of that this needs to be done.
Second.
Second by Bade Hadakias. Question over by Iagapta.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
No, citing the sole source letter has been provided and procurement policy.
A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
I will vote yes, pending the sole source letter for approval. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Executives. Anything else, Mr. Redday?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Question coming over here by Dion Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with the elderly meals, how do we, is there because the funding source is outside of the tribe, correct, as a state or federal government?
Yeah.
So do they have a determination of like menu planning and amounts and that type of thing?
Everything on our menu has to be sent to the registered dietitian for the state of South Dakota to be approved. And we have the dietary guidelines by the USDA that's provided that we have to follow.
Okay. If the elderly, say there's elderly that may have different dietary needs, maybe an increase in calories or, can't have certain, is there any accommodations for that?
Yep, we do that. Actually, we just got a couple from IHS that they can't really have potatoes and stuff like that, and they ask for more of a salad diet, so that's what we're going to be doing now.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you.
Anything else coming from Council execs for Mr. Redday? If not, motion to approve the elderly nutrition report. So moved by all agency, second by, was that Madam Secretary? Question by Curtis.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Redday,
Thank
for all
you.
the work that you do for our elders. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Right now, I'm going to call up the DARE program. If Sunny's not available, is there the education office?
We're going to call her, Mr. Chairman, whenever you're ready.
Excuse me?
We're going to call her.
Oh, okay. Dr. Johnson's will be available over the phone for her report.
It's going to get loud.
I'm here.
Dr. Johnson.
I'm here.
Dr. Johnson, whenever you're available, you can go ahead with your report.
Well, thank you. I'd like to just say good morning to Tribal Council. And my first action item is a resolution for the Enemy Swim Day School quarters.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership? Gypsy, floor is yours.
I had a question. Did this was brought up in the THIPO meeting the other day and over the last couple meetings. Did this clear that process yet?
You have two different issues here. The ESDS quarters does not have an issue with SIPO. They have, there's two separate applications there. So the quarters is moving through with the processes between the Realty Office and the SIPO approval. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, I need to finish reading through it yet.
Dion.
Thank you. Is this, Dr. Johnson, this is Dion. Is this the ICDBG that you sent us? Or is that a different?
No, that's later on in the Head Start project.
Okay.
The ESDS quarters are really for teacher housing. They have the funding in their budget to do this, and so they're just going through the processes. And in order to do this, to get it added for space costs and everything, they have to have a resolution from the tribe to do this.
Can I ask another question?
Dion, floor still yours? You
Yield.
finished?
I yield.
Okay, Dallas, then back to Gypsy.
So this isn't on the school grounds itself, and so that, to my understanding, when we were having our last meeting, and sorry, Dr. Johnson, I was hoping to chime in earlier, but I seem to have misplaced my packet, so I borrowed Susie's, and the school ground itself, and this is going to be over by the Wildlife Road, by Enemy Swim off the St. James, so that's where it's going to be at. And so it's not on the school grounds itself. So I make the motion to go ahead and pass the tribal council resolution for the Enemy Swim Day School staff quarters request.
Second. Moved by Enemy Swim, second by Old Latency. Question over there by Long Hollow.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
I am going to vote no because I do not recall what THIPO discussed at this time, so I just want to make sure on that part. Thank you.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Back to Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Council. My next resolution is a standards waiver, to waive the standards that the BIE has adopted in lieu of having our tribal mathematics standards and our tribal communication standards instead.
For clarification, any questions or comments coming from council or execs?
So move.
So moved by Old Agency?
Second.
Second by MU Swim? Question by Long Hollow.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Back to you, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Council. The third approval would be to approve the ANA budget, which started September 1st for $82,609.
So move.
So moved by all agency.
Second.
Second by Emily Swim. Question by Long Hollow.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and execs. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. The next item for approval would be our FERPA agreement, which allows us, we just renegotiated it again, and it's approved again. And so we go through the Bureau of Indian Education and their solicitors, and then they draft up the document, then it comes to the tribe, and it goes to our legal office. So this has been reviewed from our legal office and is ready for presentation at the Tribal Council, and then they will remove the draft stamp and get the finalized for the chairman's signatures.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for answering Dallas's and Curtis's questions. Any other questions coming from council or execs?
So moved.
So moved by Kakiza Haska.
Second.
Second by Tokunowa.
Question.
Question by Dea TP.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and executives. Anything else, Dr. Johnson?
Yes, I have the ICD-BG resolution for the Head Start project. And that was sent late last night to everyone. And really it's the standard draft of a resolution that we always do, but the thing, here's the project itself. The grant will allow us to bill, or from the federal funds, it's 1.2 million. That would be the federal share. The total project is 2.4 and 2.4005. And anyway, that would require a cost share of 1,205. 1,205,000. Sorry.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Emily Swim.
Second.
Second by all agency. Question by Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Back to you, Dr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Council, for that. And then we will continue. Lexi's really working hard on this, and I'm working with her, and we've had a team meeting on this to go ahead and submit for the ICDBG project grant funding. But we also want Council to be aware of this is the #1 need for education on the reservation. So if we don't get this grant, we still want to be on the list for the ARPA funding. You know, I understand that you gave a substantial amount out to the college, but this is the #1 need for education. So please keep Head Start in your, when you're talking about the resolution, because this is our need. Thank you, Council. The other two items on your agenda there are just really a reminder that October 13th from 2 to 3:30 is the required governance training, and that'll be a virtual. And so I'm not sure if you want to put it up on the council or if you want to just do it from your computers. Lexi will get that out to all of you. And then June 13th is our tribal consultation, so we're going to put that out for our public school systems. So thank you with that. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Dr. Johnson, you have a question coming from Long Hollow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Johnson, please keep us in mind as to when that grant is approved through you guys also. I would like to know right away. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council. The due date on it is the 25th, and so we're hoping to get it submitted by that Thursday or Friday at the latest to get it uploaded into grants.gov. It's huge, and it's coming fast. We're working with around Matt because he hasn't been able to be at our meetings, but he has approved his engineers to work with the education department on this, and so we're getting our figures all updated, and we'll get all of this sent in. And I listened to earlier comments about the need for a construction management department or staffing at the tribe, and that's been the barrier of why we didn't get it in 2017, because 2 points away and we could have had this building already built then. So I'd like to thank you for your support on this, Council. Have a good day.
A motion to approve the education report. Motion. So moved by Long Hollow, second by Ebony Sim. Question by Susie?
Yes.
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs, and thank you, Dr. Johnson. All right, now I'm going to call up the DARE program report. On deck after him is the Youth Department. Sonny, whenever you're ready, if you got any handouts for Council.
So in the reports, the draft resolution, Mr. Gunn, he is on another call. These were the motions that were made.
Can you turn your mic, please? Thank you.
These resolutions that are in there were the motions that were made. We just appropriated it out to get a draft for the American Relief Fund. And he is on another call, so he might get called away. Berlin's going to give him a call. He did want to speak with you guys, though, on it. So we'll start like from the letter Z. Hey, just kidding. Don't look at me like that, Curtis.
I think that's that might be Mr. Gunn calling in. Berlin.
Yeah, we're trying to call him.
Oh, okay.
Hello, this is Steve Gunn.
Mr. Gunn, this is Chairman Hopkins. I appreciate you making time for us.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can you hear us pretty good? Sonny is ready to give his report.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for helping Sonny out and helping with our SW tribe with in the past with the CARES Act and right now with the ARPA funds. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sonny. Can, just as long as he could, we turn our mics on because so he could hear it on the other end on the phone.
Okay, Mr. Gunn, I know you are on another call, so we'll let you start first, and if they have any questions for you, we'll get those answered right away. So if you just want to brief them on the discussions that we had with how the money was appropriated, and we'll ask leadership if they have any questions referring to it.
Okay, thank you. And just so you, it's a pleasure to be with you, Tribal Council and Tribal Executives. And I am on a hearing before the South Dakota Water Management Board regarding uranium mining in the Black Hills, but they are on a lunch recess, and so they're not going to reconvene until 1 o'clock Central Time. So I do have that window of opportunity. The chairman and Sonny, Mr. LeBlanc, asked me to assist with preparation of a resolution concerning a set aside of funds from the tribe's fiscal recovery payments for certain purposes. And I did assist in preparing that draft resolution. And I think Sonny has that, Mr. LeBlanc has that for you today. I did want to say, as an initial matter, the Fiscal Recovery Fund was created by the American Rescue Plan Act, and the American Rescue Plan Act creates 4 categories of eligible expenditures of FRF monies. And those 4 categories are generally: 1, responding to COVID-19 and its negative economic impacts; 2, providing premium pay for essential workers providing essential work during the COVID-19 pandemic; 3, providing government services to the extent of a reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 pandemic; and 4, investments in water, sewer, and broadband. And so the FRF is a little bit different than the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the CRF, in that there are these 4 different categories of eligible expenditures. The FRF is administered by the Treasury Department. The Treasury Department has issued guidance in the form of an interim final rule and frequently asked questions. And the guidance provides a non-exhaustive list of eligible expenditures in the different categories. One of the 4 categories is unique, and it is the 3rd category, which says that tribes and other governments that receive FRF money can use the money to provide services to the extent of a reduction in government revenue. And it's my understanding that the tribe is working to identify and quantify the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but that it hasn't yet finalized its determination of the extent of lost revenue. It will be important as the tribe plans its use of these funds to drill down all the way and identify the lost revenue that the tribe suffered as a result of COVID, because that the revenue replacement, which it's kind of referred to as, the ability to use these FRF dollars for government services to replace or to the extent of the reduction in government revenue is it's the least restricted category of expenditures in the ARP Act. And so you're able to provide government services in a wider array of areas than you are under the other 3 categories. Having said that, it does look like many of the proposed expenditures that are identified in the resolution may qualify under the other 3 categories. And what this resolution does is it sets aside funding in the amounts that Mr. LeBlanc indicated, and it calls upon the program that is going to implement those expenditures to submit a detailed proposal to the executive committee so that they can review it together with the tribe's attorneys to get a determination of compliance with the ARP Act and the Treasury guidelines, meaning the interim final rule and the FAQs, so that you can have a determination that, you know, these are in fact compliant expenditures, they are eligible, and that determination is going to be made based on the particulars of the proposal. And that is the same way that the tribe administered the coronavirus relief fund dollars. There was a resolution, much like the one Mr. LeBlanc has today, which set out certain broad categories with amounts that were set aside, and then the programs were to submit detailed plans justifying the expenditures under the CARES Act. And so the same thing would apply here, so that when a program submits their proposal, it can be reviewed by legal and then reviewed by the executives to make sure that it's compliant with the ARP Act and with the Treasury guidelines. And that's a critical step in the process. So what this resolution does is it sets aside and reserves funding in the categories that are listed, and it authorizes the submission of detailed proposals and then legal review and then approval by the executive committee with legal review. And some of the areas, of course, are areas where the council has already taken action to approve certain expenditures.
Mr. Gunn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you're on the other end. I know you can't see our hands, but Madam Vice Chair has a question or comment for you, so I'm going to turn the floor over to her.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Gunn, just sitting on previous council and knowing that this resolution is following that same pattern, and one of the areas that I feel we can improve on so we don't make those same mistakes in this round of funding is that council be a part of that approval process. Because a lot of what was happening is things are getting past that executive level, and council wasn't aware of it. So then when things were happening, we had questions. It was, and then executive, I think at that time, executive minutes weren't being provided. So whatever, Sonny, do you have something to add, or Dion, to that, to what I just said?
Transparency is always key to anything with moving forward with the solution of the problem or with the situation as well. So adding council to the language is pretty simple. He could just add it in as well, putting it with leadership with council as being part of the approval process too.
So that way, so that way everybody is a part of that and is aware of what's going on. Because we do miss, I mean, I can see the potential for council missing something if it's just that with executives. And that's just from previous experience. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Gunn. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Yeah, I do. I think that can be accommodated. It would require a change to the second, to the first be it further resolved clause, which would add the tribal council into that approval process. And that makes a lot of sense to me. Once a project is approved and the expenditure of funds is approved, then I don't think a program would have to come back time and again for approval of individual line items. But I do think for the approval of the project itself, it's a good idea to include council. And you just want to make sure that you have that detailed proposal and that you have, legal review, and that you're satisfied that the expenditure fits within the ARP Act and that it's compliant, and then you can move forward. So this is based on the information that I've been provided by Mr. LeBlanc concerning, in some cases, funds set aside that have been already approved by council motion And in some cases, some of the set-asides appear to be new set-asides.
Before I move forward with Sonny and Mr. Gunn, we got a question coming off the floor with Dion Crawford. Floor is yours, Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the only question I had is, so I see the reserve amount. We'll have to do another resolution for that, correct? And then when will we know what the lost revenue is? When can we get a total? Do you know, kind of know what that will be generally? Do we have a general idea, or when will we know that amount? Because if the 21 that's in reserve is the lost revenue and that's unrestricted, if it's that whole amount or if it's less than that, would be nice to know. Thank you.
And I think as we move forward, this was the first part of the process that we had to get this approved, and that's why we brought the draft in there, and we brought it to leadership. So Mr. Gunn will start to make the notes that we need to make to it, and then once you do approve it, he'll get the changes to Verlin in Word form, so then he'll have that document. But I think when we get to the lost revenue, we need to sit down with our legal and with our accounting people and get that situated out on where the funding's going. These resolutions, as he said, has the first, the other three classes in there, and that lost revenue is the less stringent one on what we can build infrastructure and use for, the more projects that ain't under the American Relief Guidance. So it really provides a opportunity, which is a good thing for us at the end of the day.
Because my other point was that some of these this includes the expenditures that we have already approved to the dollar, correct? Okay, thank you.
Dallas?
Yeah, I was just looking at that, and I was just curious, when we're looking under that workforce development 4.7 or 4.2 to the Sisseton-Wapton College, was that supposed to be the 4.7 for the college when we're talking about the building the student center and stuff?
Was it the 4.2 or 4.7? Was it 4.7? See, and so we'll probably make that note. We didn't get the minutes yet, so we just heard it was, and we can make that adjustment. That's why we brought the draft in. So and we didn't put students in it. We put individuals because the language with it is that somebody that's unemployed, we can provide the opportunity to get them into the college program to help develop their workforce development skills or whatever the training that he had and proposed. So we used individuals instead of students, which helps the language. It's really how you word things. So
that's why. Are you in communication with Dr. Azure then in regards to this?
Well, okay. And we did prior to him proposing, but yes, we will get his proposal and we'll get that over to Gunn as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Mr. Gunn, did you have anything?
Yes. In response to Ms. Crawford's question concerning the revenue loss, I don't think that the tribe has finalized that, and I don't know that they even have a tentative amount. But I do want to emphasize that it is obviously very important to get that number and to get it locked in as soon as possible, because what you're going to want to do when you actually approve an expenditure through the process in this resolution, you're going to want to identify which category of funding the expenditure comes from. So, for example, number one would be responding to COVID or its negative economic impacts. Number two would be premium pay. Number three is revenue replacement. Number four is water, sewer, and broadband. And if you're going to tap into that third category of revenue replacement, you don't want to overdraw. So if you determine that you have $10 million available as revenue replacement, and I'm pulling that number out of thin air, it's not a number, it's a hypothetical number, not based on actual fact. But whatever number you determine, if it's 10, if it's 5, if it's a different number, you don't want to overdraw. And so if you know what the number is, then it allows you to plan accordingly. And, you know, the Treasury guidelines do provide a fairly wide degree of latitude in designing other programs to respond to the negative economic impacts of COVID. But it would help you, because then you would design those programs and you would have detailed proposals that take into account the Treasury guidelines and make sure that the program fits in a non-revenue replacement category. And you really should be keeping a ledger, you know, of the approved expenditures and which category they fit into.
So do we have any more questions for Mr. Gunn? And when he's talking about that and we get the categories and stuff, we will have to sit down with Renville and Company and get that situated with the finance team here in order to.
Dion?
So has Mr. Gunn, have you been communicating with Renville and Company? Because they're on contract specifically for this purpose.
I have not.
I think we took.
I don't know if planning or if the DARE program have been in communication with them concerning locking down your revenue replacement number. But I know that I've been in communication with planning and with Mr. LeBlanc, and we've discussed the need to lock down the amount of your revenue replacement that's available.
I wasn't on one call with planning, and Renville and Company was there, and so that process, we probably need to start moving forward. We just needed to get things situated, and this was the beginning of the process. So,
and so maybe
Mr. Chair, I may recommend. It looks like we're gonna add the tribal council to the approval process, and I think it might be worthwhile to add language to this resolution, calling on the planning department and the DARE program to work with the accountants to determine the amount of lost revenue and to report back to the tribal council. And also, as expenditures are approved, to identify whether any of the expenditures will be taken out of the revenue replacement category, because that's the category that you really need to keep track of.
Sure, Mr. Gunn. Also, Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought that's what kind of we talked about and we're already doing.
And also too, yeah, and
Yeah,
that was
okay.
Madam Vice Chair's motion that you guys approved too.
So Mr. Gunn, was you talking about including it in the resolution?
Yes.
Yeah. So Mr. Gunn's talking about adding it to the resolution so it's in the black and white with it.
Sure, we can.
So that's just solidifying.
Right, and I think it would just say that, you know, for each approved expenditure, the council will identify which category of funding is being used under the FRF, whether it's responding to COVID, whether it's premium pay, revenue replacement, or water, sewer, broadband, and that, you know, a detailed account will be kept to track expenditures under each category to avoid overexpending the revenue replacement. And I don't know if you have a time frame where you want a report back confirming the amount of lost revenue. think 30 days might be appropriate.
You're killing me, Smalls. Just
Is
kidding.
that 30 to 60? 30 to
No,
45?
I'm just kidding. 30 days is probably enough time. It's more than enough time to determine that.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. That'll be plenty of time, so that way the council can take that back to the districts for any questions. Anything else coming from Mr. Gunn? If not, because I got some action items that Sunny needs to be presenting. Mr. Gunn, anything else that you want to share with council and the execs?
Let's see, on this resolution, it sounds like I will do a revised version, which will include the council in the approval process, and which will have probably an additional, be it further resolved clause that planning and DARE will work with the accountants to determine the amount of lost revenue replacement, and that is each expenditure is approved by the council. The council will determine which category it goes into. Mr. Chair, are you going to, does the council want to, I guess you'll let me know, and if it's okay, I can stay on the meeting just to track any other changes that might come up before you run your.
Yes, you could stay for the rest of Sunny's report, because I know you got about like 35 minutes before you go back into your session.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Gunn. Just in case if we have any questions. Go ahead, Sunny.
Okay, so one of the requests is, and since he's on the line, is to addendum his contract to allow him to work on the American Relief Funds with the proposed changes coming from our in-house and to his contract, because it's not on there.
Any questions coming from council to execs? He's starting backwards on me, going all the way to number 3.
Z to A.
Yeah, Z to A. Curtis, floor is yours.
So what would be the duration on that contract?
That would be determined by your in-house and by leadership.
Anything else coming from council? If not, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve. Number 3. Oh, you have another question or comment? Go ahead, Curtis.
This is for Steve. Can you hear me, Steve? This is Curtis.
Yeah. Yes, I can.
I have another question. How close are we from closing out our CARES Act funding? I know we have a deadline of December 31st. I just wanted to, maybe if we can get an update on that too, would be awesome. Thank you.
Sure. So, I think you have the expenditures from that original resolution, 20-056, and all expenditures have to be made by December 31. And then there is a little bit of leeway, which we can discuss as needed if there are supply chain interruptions. But as a general rule, expenditures by December 31. And I think it's going to be important for your legal and your accounting to, prepare for what will be the eventual Treasury audit of the expenditures. And I know that the, financial is working on that. But I think, all tribes are looking at, at this point, making sure that their expenditures are complete by December 31, and then making sure that the paper is there and the justifications are there. And in response to your earlier question, Mr. Bissonette, on the duration of the contract, I think my current contract goes through the end of this year. And if you want to run the motion on the addendum to go through the end of this year, that's fine, and we can determine after that time how you want to proceed, beginning January 1. The period of compliance or the period for expenditure under the ARP Act goes through December 31 of 2024, and the CARES Act goes through December 31 of 2021. With the CARES Act, of course, you are going to have compliance and audit issues that go beyond December 31, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gunn.
Anything else coming from council? Just to clarify for Junior Kirk, because he wasn't paying attention, he's Heyoka, so he's going to start backwards for number 3. If no further questions, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve for his number 3 action item.
So move.
So move by all agency. Second by Yagapta. Question with a question by Madam Secretary.
Okay, if we're approving the addendum, what is the timeline on that addendum? I think that was the question Long Hollow asked, but it never was answered.
I think Mr. Gunn said till the end of this year, and then we can revisit
It
that
already,
timeframe.
but he's already has a contract to the end of this year.
In the contract, it's for CARES Act, it's not for American Relief.
Okay, so we're going to do the addendum to add ARP.
Yes, with the language with that.
Okay, now that's clear.
Yeah.
To the end of this year,
To the end of-
add the ARP.
And then we can reevaluate that.
Okay, question.
Question, but before I call for a vote, I'm going to clarify. All right, Vernon. I'm then going to go over to Dion. You have a question before I call
Thank you,
for
Mr. Chairman.
vote?
So just real quick, Mr. Gunn, are you requesting an increase in the amount, or is the amount going to stay the same and just adding the language in for the ARPA?
I think we're going to leave the request at the same amount that it is. And as leadership, you will determine the work amount that we do give him, and it will just be probably closing out the CARES Act, and we need him on the language side of to make sure with the resolutions and stuff. So I don't think he'll be getting more work. We'll just have to be more specific on what we detail him in the work, and so just being more efficient.
Madam Vice Chair.
So on the ARP project reports or requests, who's going to do that language? Is that going to be Renville and Company, or who's going to be that detail or do that detail?
Like when you're saying reports, like what are you?
So when they do that project request to justify what, the scope of work and everything is going to be for these ARP fund projects, who's reviewing that to make sure that that's in compliance? Is that Renville and Company, or is that legal?
So I think it's going to come from planning with Renville and Company doing majority of the work.
Okay.
We're going to send a rough draft to Mr. Gunn to put any legal and to change, like from students to individual, just trying to make sure that we can stem it in there, which will probably take minimal time, but we have that second wave of just them second pair of eyes just to verify, to
The
change a
legal
few
side of it,
words.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And which will, that's why we were saying it's probably not much work, but it is work that needs to be done to make sure that the language, because there and they could be determined two different ways, so.
So when we say legal, is that in-house, that's going to be Gunn?
Well, and we could have in-house and Mr. Gunn
And
as
or.
well. It would be determined by you guys, because now you're in the resolution as leadership determining on the approval, so you would determine the work or not. It would be coming from you guys.
If that would be an in-house task or in-house attorney task, or, okay, I got it. I just needed to see how that was going to work. So,
Yeah, so most of the process will be with Renville and
Renville.
Company and Planning Department, and then from
It'll go
there.
on to legal
yeah,
review.
To make sure that our language is correct in there, and then when we submit it with this into the portal, so.
Okay, thank you for
Any more
clarifying
questions
that.
or comments coming from council or leadership? I want to make sure you guys understand this motion before we go ask for a vote. If we all understand, then I'm going to move for a vote.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and executive. Sunny?
Okay, so we'll go back to the first one. Well, Mr. Gunn was on a time frame, so I apologize for, so the RFP on the, we would like to request to put an RFP out for a PIO. And when we're talking about a PIO, we're talking about getting information out to the community about mitigation to COVID. Also, helping the executives with their reports to get it to the Oyate News. Tom could probably use a little assistance with the Oyate News because right now we don't have a Shota, so we need that language person in order to get that information into the community. So, and if we have a majority of the work mitigating to COVID, with events and stuff that go in the community, and plus the message from the executives, I think it would be really helpful. So, we're just requesting to put an RFP out.
Curtis, then Madam Secretary.
So I guess my question is then, is this going to be a full-time position or is it going to be a part-time? Because just kind of listening to you and looking at this, to me it looks like part-time because you're not going to be doing this every day, right?
I got numbers coming every day. Once we get the Public Health Authority, we'll be getting statistics from IHS, and I mean, there's a lot of information we can put out. We have CHE that could get information out. We have health programs that could be pushing information out. A lot of it's education about how to mitigate towards COVID. There's a lot of stuff that we just don't have that philosopher to share that language out into the community. I could put out some words, but you would not want me to do that, so. Yeah, I know, so that's why we're requesting that. And we don't want you putting nothing out there.
Go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Is this, is number 1 and number 2, those positions or those RFPs that you're requesting, is that cost coming out of the pandemic relief program allocation?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be paid for out of there? It's
Yes.
nothing new that?
No, it would come out of the ARP funding because it's mitigating towards COVID and so.
Okay.
I'll make that a motion. But along with that motion, I want to see, I think this body needs to see the RFP before it gets approved through.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion made by will agency, second by Madam Vice Chair. Is there a question?
Question.
Who made that soft question?
Dakia.
Oh, sorry about that. I couldn't, I know it was a female. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, was that number 1 or number 2 or both?
Number 1.
Number 1. Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Sonny, before I ask you to move on number 2, there's Vivian waving her hand back there. So sorry about that, Vivian. Can you move to the mic though, because we got the listening audience? Yeah.
Well, one of the things I want to tell Curtis, I think that we need to look at the long run when you ask for a part-time. And we need to be aware too that we've got all those cargo ships sitting out in Long Beach that can't get ashore. Those are food and those are supplies. And they're also on the East Coast. Now we're looking at the news the other day, all the strawberries, the oranges, the apples were all destroyed by the heat and the floods, okay? And then you got all the West Coast with the fires this year. So I don't think that it's gonna be a short-term, part-time job, because we have a lot of people here that are gonna need help. They're gonna need help, and I think this needs to be, a part of the planning office should be here as well, because we're looking at the social aspects of everything here. So I think that council would, behoove all of us to consider making it a permanent thing until this passes. Because like you said, there's a lot of things coming in as far as the health. Now we have what is it? It's called the deviant, or what is that? This is one that came up. The variant, yeah. They have that coming up. It's hitting our young people. And now we have another one called WU out of India. And it's off the COVID. So it keeps mutating, and we need to be prepared for that. We really do. Our health services, we don't even have a doctor there now. So we're going to go into a full-time crisis here, and people are going to need answers and help. So yeah, I think we need to plan ahead here. I have a 5-year plan for our healthcare issues. That's what I'm concerned. I've got kids, I've got grandkids and whatever else, so I've told them to be prepared. You have kids, be prepared for this stuff. But I don't think a lot of our people are ready for that, so we have to take care of them as well. So that's just what I have to say.
Your mic. Thanks, Vivian, and also too, Curtis just wanted to clarify that if it was going to be a part-time or a full-time position, so he didn't mean to be this way, but it was just a clarification question.
Yeah, I didn't mean for it to offend anybody. It's a legitimate question I need to answer, so I have it. Thank you.
Sunny, going on with Sunny for number 2.
So number 2 is a RFP for cleaning services. We have DARE staff, we have facility staff, we have building staff. Nobody's certified. And cleaning, these daycare Head Start are where our children are, and they are the most receptive to contract COVID. So if we put something into place and we really get a look at how to get ahead of the curve and seeing what the price value of providing these services, if we put an RFP out, at least we get an understanding on what that cost value is going to cost and the type of services. And this RFP too will also we'll work with procurement and we'll bring it in front of council to get approved before we even put it out.
Junior, before you make that motion, there's some questions first. Dion, Gypsy, was it Madam Vice Chair? Your hand was up for a question too. Oh, because I'm glad that your RFP is out, because it gives everybody a chance. Because I know there's some tribal members that approached us execs with some opportunities for this RFP to keep the buildings clean and all that stuff. So I'm glad that you're going to do that. That's all I wanted to say. But Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make that motion because I think we started talking about this way back, months ago. So I wanted to just make that motion.
Motion moved by Dion, but before a second, call for Haipa. Floor is yours.
What kind, is it specialized cleaning? What type of cleaning are we looking at here?
And that's something we can sit down in a roundtable with procurement in order to get it. I mean, probably a nightly cleaning when you're spraying it, you're wiping down the toys, the equipment, the door handles that, and that's something, if you would like to be involved in the RFP, you're more than welcome, because the more people we put at the table, the better solution we can create for our people. So.
Okay. I'm just thinking, I don't know that we need to be certified for the cleaning. I mean, IHS has their nightly cleaning. I don't know that we have anything extra stringent required for this, do we? or do we?
No, but there has been multiple tribal members with
Right.
that are proposing plans, and in order to keep it within our process, this is the process.
And then
is
we-
to RFP it.
And then we definitely need more people to do the cleaning, because it's going to take a little extra longer.
And then we can also outweigh if to hire somebody to do it or to run with the RFP. We'll give you that balance and that opportunity to find which avenue is better to go.
Okay.
So it provides that options.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy. Junior, was that, you have a question, or was you ready to pop off that motion?
Do a second.
Oh, okay. Second with Junior, but question coming over here with Madam Vice Chair.
So that staffing levels and all that's going to be determined in this, I mean, the number of people it's going to take to clean versus like how many people within this a company, or do you know what I'm saying? Is
Yes,
it going to be
I-
cost efficient to hire a couple more people, or do we?
And when you RFP it out, you'll get the proposals in writing form, and then that will give you to determine on the value of the contracts or whatever they propose to you hiring somebody to do the cleaning as a cleaning crew, as a tribe.
Okay.
So, I mean, but you're offering that because there's multiple tribal members that propose the opportunity or the idea to leadership, that we would provide them the first, and to see if it's within, our spending. So, and then so the options are there. It's just to go with the process
Okay,
and
I
start.
got it. Yep.
Okay.
So they'll give something to measure by whether
Correct.
this service versus if we hired additional staff. Thank you. I appreciate.
Yep. Call for question. Question by Kakiza Haska. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
So the last and the fourth one, are we going to approve the resolution with the recommended changes? So I would ask for that motion.
So move, Mr.
So
Chairman.
moved by Madam Vice Chair.
Second.
Second by all agency. Question coming over by Dallas.
So we can still allocate the additional monies with the different resolution if need be then?
Yes, Dallas. When we did the CARES Act resolution, there was the 2056, the first one, and then the second one was the 2056B. So as we get those plans and we determine what our loss is, then you can start to allocate that money when we lock that number in, and then you can, so we stay, like Mr. Gunn says, stay within, we don't overdraw on that amount.
Thank you. With that, I'll question.
Question by Tokanoa.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Gunn, before I call for vote.
Okay, thank you. I did make those changes that we talked about, and I still, in the process, and you can correct me if this is wrong, I do have the initial review, after legal review, the tribal executives would still review each proposal and recommend it for approval to the council, and then it would go to council for final approval. And then with final approval, then expenditures would be authorized.
Yes.
Okay.
That's perfect, Mr. Gunn. Thank you.
If any further coming from Sunny or Mr. Gunn. If not, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the DARE program report. Oh, Mr. Chairman, we got to vote on this resolution. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so motion to approve the resolution with those changes. Correct? Yes.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. I'm sorry? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Now, there you go. Anything else before asked to approve your report, Sunny?
No, thank you. And if you have any questions, just feel free to contact us.
Thank you. Motion to approve the DARE program report. So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Iagapta. Question by Atea Tipi.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Gypsy?
Yes, I would like to amend my motion yesterday about the medical emergency to make it a resolution versus a motion. Huh?
Legal's going to draft. You gave it the work over?
Yeah, Verlin and legal can help me with that.
Okay.
Second.
Amending the motion from yesterday to resolution. And then there, Madam Vice Chair seconded that yesterday, right? So she's seconding it again. Question by Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Executives. I'm going to call upon the Youth Department for your report, but before you get ready, I'm going to I apologize for council and execs. As an exec, I get a lot of texts from my program managers, or if I need anything, I rely on my cell phone. And Eric, as he was sitting there earlier, he wanted to let council and execs his apologies because today is the former Chairman Shepard's birthday. And as the former chairman's birthday, he was the first person to sit at this chair for this new building, and it hit him hard, so that's why he had to leave. And he didn't mean no disrespect from the leadership. That's why it kind of took him hard, so he had to take the afternoon off. So I just wanted to read that out before. So I want to say a happy birthday out to Chairman Shepard out there. Madam Secretary.
Yes, happy heavenly birthday to Robert Shepard. And I know it was stated that we shouldn't look at our cell phones during the meeting, but I get text messages from my managers too, if they have to leave on emergency leave or something, and I text them. So that's just the way it is. We're executives and we're administrators over all these programs. Thank you. Also, I want to apologize to the Oyate out there if this offends you, but that's why I look at my phone. Thank you.
Curtis?
Yeah, there was a picture that was taken that was shared on Facebook about me too, being on my phone or sleeping or whatever. I mean, it is what it is. We get busy here too. We're not only busy at this table, but we're busy on other people answering to members and stuff like that. So if anybody wants to know why I was on my phone, some of it's personal, a lot of it's membership stuff. A lot of them contact the council people for district stuff, and I just want to make that known out there too, because there was a picture floating around on Facebook about me being on my phone or sleeping or what have you. And I'm not gonna sit there and get into any of that over Facebook. It is what it is. I know what I signed up for, so I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Go ahead for your report.
There we go. I got 4 action items in front of you guys. Everything has went through procurement. I put a little tiny memo on front just stating if we had 1 quote or 2 quotes. So the first one we got is just requests from All Nation Solutions for $14,100, and it's to buy 4 bouncy houses.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Didn't even get a chance to look at that.
It's been sitting in front of us for how long?
Second.
So moved by Oladensi, second by Dion Crawford. Question by Susie.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Second action item we have is just from All Native Solutions. Again, of course, this one we had one quote, as you can see, from procurement for $6,544.44. And this is just like a supplies list that we have for like upcoming Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween kind of stuff. So that's just the order that we pushed through is just we combined it with all of our staff. So everybody kind of put their little order in the same thing and sent it over.
So moved by all agency.
Second.
Second by Dion Crawford. Question by Dallas Owen.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs.
Next action item actually we have is for our media equipment. We have two quotes on this. So as you can see, we did that through the IT department. We would like to go with the first one. It's Clutch. It's for $5,979.48. If you're kind of wondering what it is, what we're going to do is bring in new media equipment for our department, and you guys are going to do kind of like what Sonny was just mentioning about constant information being put out there and stuff like that. We're realizing that moving forward, even in a pandemic, we're going to have to be digital. Us guys are going to have to reach the community and then the kids in a digital sense. So this is the equipment that's going to kind of help boost that for us. So,
Derek, you got a question over here by Dion?
I just wanted to make that motion and just say that I'm really happy, and I know this is a procurement thing, but I'm really, this is a minority-owned business. These two are Native businesses, and that, we had that discussion last time, so I'm really happy. So I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second by all agency. If I could vote, I'd question it, but I'm going to call for vote. Oh, question by Long Hollow.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Last request we have, I gave it to Curtis. It is the stamp off that we have from procurement that we sent through legal department. It's the RFP we did for electrical hookups or like electrical walkthrough of our building. We've seen a couple of our stuff wasn't working at all, and we've seen a couple of electrical outlets that weren't even connected at all. So we asked for an RFP last month about a walkthrough, and so we had one person come and put a bid in, and we did sit down with procurement and tribal secretary's office and opened a sealed bid for just one bid. So that's the bid that we received.
Derek, you have a question or comment coming from Vivian over here. Can you come up to the mic, please?
I can stand by him. I have a question. How many children do you cater to?
Do we?
Average, yeah.
Oh, well, before the pandemic hit was close to about 70 to 120, but since the pandemic hit, us guys were closed all year.
Okay.
And that's why us guys are kind of bringing in more action items the past couple months, is because we know that there might be another closure. So how do we reach the kids? And from a digital aspect, that's we've been working on our media stuff for like the past 3 or 4 months now. So.
Okay, that's great. I think you do a great job. I've always appreciated you. The question I have, though, is does anybody have a number of our children from 15, 18 to 24? Do any of you know how many are out there? Do you have an idea how many youths we have in our reservations?
I'm going to say close to about 12 to 1,800.
1,800?
Just about.
Okay.
Give or take, I would say.
Does any council member from their district know how many youth they have in their district?
Whole agency has over 500.
500, okay.
I'll have to look in the enrollment report.
Okay, that's 500. That's half of what he's saying, guessing. My question is then, what are we doing for the other kids that don't go there?
For us, we're not open.
Yeah.
We haven't been open.
Okay, but for your I want to say benefits, but for your things that you're doing for the kids, what about the other ones out there in the districts? I mean, are we doing anything?
Did you have an answer for that?
You have 500 there, 500 there. How many do we have, Dallas, in Enemy Swim?
Something to say to her.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know it's growing
about that,
exponentially.
about 700, I think.
I think it's more than that even.
It's more, yeah. Okay, so
Vivian, Derek does have a plan to go mobile out into the districts once he gets some of this equipment purchase that we just approved. He'll be hauling it out to the districts on a scheduled basis.
My question and concern, though, is that, remember when I was here last time, we talked to the county commissioners, and I said that we have a common enemy, and that was meth. And I suggested that we start some kind of task force, joint force to deal with that issue, because there's maybe 80 kids here, but we're looking at several thousand out there that we're not reaching. Meth is a killer, and I have a grandson that was born in prison, and I'm not proud of it. I had 5 daughters in prison, 3 babies born there, meth babies. And so it's affecting everybody. It's just not my family. But one little baby now is in special needs, and it's going to cost our tribe, our education department, our health care to get him to be normal. And that's just one family. So there's other women out there now that I know of that are carrying babies that are into meth. You know, so it's a bigger issue than what we even think. So there's 2 things here. One is that somebody approached me yesterday and said, would you be willing to give up your elderly day? Maybe 2 times a year? And I said, sure. What is it going to go for? Well, for our youth. I said, I'd gladly give that up if it's going to help our kids. You know, so we need to take a look at where we're spending our money. You know, and he's underfunded. I know he's underfunded, and I know each district should have a responsibility to fund their children and youth kids. But the bigger picture is, what are we doing about the meth? What are we doing? Socially killing us, mostly killing us. And I would really like to see the council step forward on this and develop a task force to try to address it, both Roberts County and our county, Watertown. We all know it's happening. One person here said, you know, people don't want to talk about it. Shh, don't talk about it. It's happening. We're creating a generation of kids that aren't going to be able to function very well and be our leaders. We have to invest. So I really would like you guys to go on record to develop, it doesn't have to be today, but let's develop some kind of plan of action and fight this enemy. But we need to soak money into each district for our kids there, so they have something to do. One district up here, and I won't mention the name, their kids are walking around at night. We hired three security guards out of our budget. We did, right, Dallas? Yeah, so they would patrol and make sure the community is safe. So we have to invest in our people as well. So I'm asking council to really take an action on that. Support this guy, give him whatever he needs, but also take a look at the overall picture. Meth. Let's do something. Secondly, let's take care of our kids, our youth. I'm willing to give up my elderly days for that if it's going to be benefits of our kids. And I challenge all the other elderlies to think about that as well.
Thank you, Derek. I was going to say, Derek, can you reach over and turn her mic off? So I'm going to turn the floor over to Dion. She had her hand raised, and after Dion, Gypsy. Madam Vice Chair, can you chair, because I need to use the bathroom real quick. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to kind of explain, because I think some of the things that, and I'm going to be as brief as I can because I know everybody's probably hungry. One of the things that I have been pushing is the reorganization or the reformation of our drug court. That drug court, for many, many years, and I regret to say her name, but Diane White was one of the first and a very effective administrator of that drug court. So I've been pushing. We've got 2 motions directing the executives to take action and create and reformulate that drug court. So that's one of the things that we're doing. The second thing that we're doing is with the feasibility study for our treatment center. Those things, they take time, but we're kind of in the ending, in the last stages of those things. And so we are trying. You know, when you look at substances, it's really not one substance. Of course, they all have different effects on the body. And so I won't go into all the counselor talk, but Some of them are more dangerous than others to withdrawal and those things. So the other thing that we're doing is we're really pushing for our Justice Center to be built. I think we've talked about with the new, with one of these centers that there'll be a detox center because that's an issue. So we are trying. You know, we do look at it. We've talked about, we've had a lot of conversation about these issues, and you know, we have a really, Secretary and I one time talked about, we just dreamed about what we want. And so it's not that we're not taking action or we're not moving forward. We are, and those things are taking time. You know, we're in our 10th month, so moving forward. Thank you.
Gypsy.
Alrighty, thank you. So, where's she at? Vivian. And Madam Secretary, correct me if I'm wrong or if it's no longer in process, but several years ago, we began with Community Health Education Program, the Tribal Health Programs, began the first 1,000 Days Interagency Work Group. And that group began with a GONA over at the college, at the log cabin. And out of that, the whole purpose of that was to develop what we can do to strategize and mitigate the effects of toxic stress and trauma on a child. And studies have shown that we know that there's behavioral health effects on babies born to drug use and abuse. And there's a lot of things that can mitigate that, and so we need to put more effort into the newborn babies and children in their first 1,000 days of life to get the best possible recovery for them to become as healthy as possible and to become as, you know, without the effects of it. And that's been going on for years, and that was one of the most attended, one of the groups with the tribe, with the county, with IHS. And what I was saying earlier, the studies show that if you can put all that effort into a child versus waiting to the teenage years when you start seeing acting out and all of these things. So, you know, funding is needed, and so a lot of our funding isn't always necessarily for when they're in middle school or high school. So a lot of times we need the more funding when they're at that younger age, in that you know, newborn to Head Start and preschool, because that's when the brain is the most active and when the brain can develop new neural pathways. So if we're going to think about more funding and all of this stuff, that's where I would like us to see pushing money in that area, because that's always one of the lowest funded ones. And this has been for a number of years since we began this interagency work group. And it's a funding issue, you know, with the state, with tribes, with IHS, is how do you turn that around and stuff so we can, you know, move towards that. I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy. Madam Secretary.
As always, prevention is always the best option. And I think building that information or curriculum into the younger generation. And in the treatment centers for the mothers that are there. But it's like we have to look at all the avenues of where we can get this information out. You know, we have these programs, and what I find and what I see is that they miss the population that needs it the most.
It's hard to get there.
It's hard to get there, and that's why family spirit curriculum is so important, because the home visiting programs are the key to reaching those young mothers, those young pregnant mothers. And I think we have a lot of excellent resources here on our reservation, but we're not connected enough to make an impact. And that's what First 1,000 Days was all about, was collective impact. But try as we might, we've never gotten there because of the silo effect. And I think once those barriers can be broken down, but we need to look at prevention and focus on prevention, because yeah, we're having babies born impacted by the addiction of the mother, but where we're missing the prevention piece. And the active home visiting, it comes down to home visiting and information, education, going door to door if we have to, because we're missing that population that needs it the most. But we're even missing the kids that need Head Start the most, because Head Start is basically supposed to be for the hard-to-reach kids, the kids in need. And we miss that too. So we need to look at it all the way around. But I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Secretary. Vivian.
How long ago?
Was it 2000, I don't know, a little over 5 years ago?
5 years ago.
Yeah, it was
5 years
2013
ago.
or 14.
She found this information 5 years ago. We've been talking it for years again. I'm a grandma, I'm a great grandma now, and I'm tired. I'm tired of our people falling by the wayside. Can we stop talking and do something? Can we get a group of people together and start kicking some butt and start looking at these people who are running these programs? Say, you're not producing, step aside. This is enough. Our children are at stake. Please, let's stop talking and do something now.
Can I just say one more thing for that? That first 1,000 days interagency group, it is open. And as Madam Secretary said, it is hard to reach people, because how do you get to the people that need the help? Because apparently they're not at the places where we normally go for healthcare. Anyways, my whole point about that was that the community members can attend these meetings, so they can help and get more feet on the ground to help reach other areas.
Anything else, Derek?
Department housing is not there anymore. The health drug elimination, they're not there anymore. These are the things we're missing. We need to do some action.
Anything else, Derek?
Oh, no. If there's any questions on it, Curtis had it. I suppose he passed it around. Okay. So no, not that.
There's no further questions or comments coming from leadership. Oh, what is it?
That was a legal stamp that it was sent over after the opening of the bids. We got it and then sent it over to legal for their stamp, and then procurement had a stamp on it as well.
Madam Secretary, I signed that right there.
Yep. Did you need a motion? No. Well, yeah, for that, yeah, that's the last one I got. It's just for the RFP thing. It's to go with the Mayu Electric for $6,689.67. And that was for their walkthrough and the fixture of what they bid on.
So move. So moved by all agency.
Second.
Second by Haipa. Question by Madam Secretary.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs.
Thank you, guys.
Motion to approve Youth Department report, moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Iagapta. If no question, I'm going to call for vote.
Question.
Question by all agency.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and the execs. Right now, we got enrollment and legal. Right now, we're going to take a quick lunch break for council. We haven't had a lunch break. Council and execs. I caught a lot of bullheads, so I got some bullheads and fries in my office. So you're welcome to eat. And we're waiting on Van Norman. Van Norman's going to give an update after we finish council. So we'll take a little break. call upon Zelma, if you're ready. Zelma Flute will be presenting her enrollment report. Make sure your mic is on, Zelma. Could barely hear you.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank you. I've got two exhibits. One is, well, I'll read it. The following 7 applications were submitted but incomplete for the July 23rd, 2021 enrollment date, but council did not meet. These 7 applications met the July 12th, 2021 deadline for the ARP payment of $2,000. However, were incomplete due to court documents, certification from other tribes, and social security cards, etc. In processing them, the 7 applicants are found to be eligible for enrollment as shown in following exhibits. Three exhibits are Exhibit A, 4 applicants under Article 2, Section 1B. Exhibit OA. Exhibit B is 1 applicant. Exhibit C is 2 applicants. Therefore, submitting the 7 applicants for approval as they do meet the criteria for the ARP payment. Thank you for the consideration on their behalf. And Exhibit A is 4 applicants, and these are, and I was supposed to present them in September, but you guys kind of finished it early or something. But it is Skylar Joyce Kilk, Christiana Ray Lopez Wilson, and Lysiana Rose Nelson, Catalia Alberta May Perez, and under Exhibit B, 1 applicant, Caden Noah Laurel. And under Exhibit C, 2 applicants. These are Kenny Sequoia Grant, Maurice James Ironheart. And below, I added in what was missing and what was provided for them afterwards. So I'm asking for approval to, have them considered for the ARP payment. And the next exhibits are, did you want to act on one exhibit first and then, okay.
Question over here, Madam Secretary, then Dallas.
Zelma, did you guys ever locate Ella White's application? Because her dad submitted both her and her sisters at the same time. And the younger child got her $2,000, but the other one didn't, and she's still not listed here.
Yeah, we didn't find it, so I don't know what happened, if it wasn't submitted or what, but I can look through their stuff because we're just swamped with so many applications.
She actually had a file made, but when they pulled it out, it was empty. So that tells me that her application was submitted.
Well, I'll check it out. Ella White, you said? What's her date of birth, do you know?
Oh, but she's about two or 3.
That stuff's confidential. Dallas. Oh, I thought you had your hand raised. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Zama.
Oh, okay. The next exhibits are for October 6, 2021. There are 26 applicants that were submitted for the enrollment into the tribe. They are eligible for enrollment as shown in the following exhibits. Exhibit A under Article 2, Section 1E is Ayla Ray Bernard, Gabriela Marie Chanku, Stephen Joseph Hernser, Adriana Marie Solis Martinez, Adrian Solario, Daniel Solario Maldonado, Lori Leah Whitted.
Motion to accept Exhibit A with 7 applicants.
Moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Emily Swim.
Mr. Chairman, you're talking Exhibit A with the 7?
Yes. Oh, is there a second? Second by Long Hollow. Question by Dion. Dallas with his soft voice.
Okay, so we're starting with the second Exhibit A. 7 applicants.
The second one, then we'll go back to the top.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Under Exhibit B, under Article 2, Section 1G, there are 10 applicants, and this is the way they spell their names. Kensington Ray Cox, Winter Sky Cox, Ozias Tequila Datu Polina, Aviana Ray Ramirez, Diamond Leah St. John Kill, Cleve Edwin Dean Tebow, Melina Lee Vasquez, Emaluna White, Moses Isaiah White Jr., Wakshazi Rosalie White.
Motion to accept Exhibit B with 10 applicants. So moved by Madam Vice Chair. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Long Hollow.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Under Exhibit B, Exhibit number C, Article 2, Section 1H, there's 9 applicants: Trent Woksapa Bird, Arrow James LaBelle Christensen Hinsey, Kelly Joshua Feather Jr., Tekel Amara Feather, Elias Andrew Hansen Jr., Percy Cedric Lucier Jr., Cash Miles Lee Other Medicine, Isabella Mamie Robertson, Michael William White Jr.
Is there a motion to accept Exhibit C with 9 applicants? So moved by Long Hollow. Second by Madam Vice Chair. Question by Emily Swim.
Yes.
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 Under Exhibit D, we have 2 applicants requesting relinquishment, and these are Hunter Maza Kai, Valentine Anne Marie Kai, and they're being in the process of being accepted for enrollment with the, I cannot pronounce that tribe's name, Michupta tribe, that's the father's tribe, both of them. That's from Chico, Rancherio in Chico, California.
Motion to accept Exhibit D for 2 relinquishments. So moved by Madam Vice Chair. Second by Iagapta.
Question.
Question by Bade Hadakia.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr. Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Going back to the top, Exhibit A with 4 applicants that are eligible for enrollment, that are eligible for the ARPA funds. For Exhibit A, is there a motion to accept? On top, right on top of your hair.
Those, I have a question.
If you have a question, members of council, go ahead and ask.
So Zelma, were those the ones pending?
Yeah.
Okay. With that because I think she reported to us at that time that there were some pending, so I'll make that motion.
So move to accept Exhibit A with 4 applicants by Madam Vice Chair. Second by Emily Swim.
A question.
Question by Haipa.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.? Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Members of council and exec, same thing with Exhibit B with 1 applicant.
And this is the same thing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make that motion.
Moved by Haipa. Second by Madam Vice Chair. Question by Tokunawa.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.? Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and exec. Same thing with Exhibit C with 2 applicants. Is there a motion to accept? Motion made by Madam Secretary. Second by Tokunawa. Question by Madam Vice Chair.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.? Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
I had a question, just, and I should have asked this probably before. With this category, they don't need to, is it true that the Cistin-Wapton blood isn't necessary to be enrolled under this heading?
They have to be Cistin-Wapton.
Okay, yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Back to Zelma.
Thank you. 6 of them are minors, so. Okay, and then I'll look for Ella when it comes, that's a minor. So,
Thank you.
okay, for the districts, Biculi, there's 1,078 registered voters, Buffalo Lake, 593, Enemy Swim, 1,787, Heipa, Veblen, 1,469, and it's pronounced Heipa, it's not Haiepa. Lake Traverse is 1,231, Long Hollows, 1,119, Old Agency, 1,436, total registered, 8,713. 10% is 871, 20% is 1,743, 30% is 2,614. And on to the deceased report. These are Constance Luann Weber, Philip James Lufkins, Betty Jo Atkinson, Betty Lou Ross, Inez Mabel Clay, Rachel Marie Ridley, Clement Wilfred White, Carrie Julian Eastman, Joel Evelyn, Nicole West, Russell Dean Cooney, Diane Faye Miru. And this is all for my report.
Okay, any questions coming from council or execs? Motion to approve by Madam Secretary. Second by Madam Vice Chair. Question by Long Hollow.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.? Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Michelle? Can you come up to the mic, please? Well, we all want to hear.
Okay, question for tribal enrollment. What was the total enrollment again for our tribe?
It's on reservation 6,233, off reservation 8,373, 14,606.
Oh, 14,600 is the total enrollment of Siston Wapton. Of that total enrollment, do you have an idea how many are over the age of 18 and how many are under, kind of a percentage?
Not really. We'll have to, because it fluctuates, so.
It fluctuates,
Yeah.
huh?
So I can give you the reports though if you want it, but you put it in writing and give it to me.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering offhand if there was like a fourth of them are minors, a third are minors, or half are under the age of 18, so, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Zelma. Appreciate it. Vivian has a question for you, Zelma.
Well, I have a grandma who tried to enroll her grandchildren and they were not eligible. So what she did was she went out and did a DNA test, and the DNA test came back high Native American blood. You know, so there's a I guess we're in a quandary there. Are we developing? I know that I was just informed that we do have a enrollment board, and is our tribe prepared for the next 10 years as far as enrollment?
Correction, we're in Madam Secretary's report, they're going to be in a process of developing a board. We don't have a board yet.
You don't have a board yet, okay. All right, so will that board address these kinds of issues then as far as percentages and also the DNA testing?
The enrollment committee that will be created is outlined in the enrollment code.
Okay.
And they will be appointed, and one will be a tribal council member, and they will hear any appeals on enrollment and relinquishments and due to dual enrollment.
Okay, so they would be basically a hearing board then. Okay, if there's any questions. So, and you informed me that Flandre does DNA, is that right, for their enrollment? Will we be looking at something like that in the future? Are we planning for that? Because we do have a lot more children coming in. We have, 6,000 that are still, if my numbers are right, if we have, 14,000 enrolled? 8,000 eligible to be voting, right?
8,000 is off reservation.
So, you subtract that, we've got a lot of kids coming up, and they're going to be intermarrying and whatever else. Are we preparing for that at all, or?
Not at this point, but I
point.
think those are worth researching different options.
Okay, so right now, if I bring the grandma back in with her children that have a high Native American DNA, what do you think the outcome's going to be? We're going to go back to our codes that aren't amended for that at all?
Well, we have to follow our enrollment code that we have existing and how they determine eligibility per these different sections of the...
Okay, so it comes back to our judicial code then, right? Okay. All right, okay, thank you.
At this time, I'm going to go move on to our agenda. Just letting DCI know I appreciate your patience back there waiting for the update when we're done with council. We have one more report that I'm going to call upon. We have Mark Van Norman ready to do that presentation. Oh, I forgot, before we adjourn, Madam Secretary forgot an action item from out of her report, so we got to do that before we wrap it up. So at this time, I'm going to call legal office for your report. So whenever you're ready, you can come forward, and at this time, I'm going to have Madam Vice Chair to chair the meeting. I got to step away for a couple minutes.
Okay, Megan, whenever you're ready.
Oh,
okay. Good afternoon.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
Okay, so we were waiting to get a hold of Floyd. We'll just get started, and then if he calls in, then... Yep, okay. So we can go ahead and get started. Megan's going to start off with the chief judge presentation. She's got applicants here that she'll be going over with you.
Yep, so I put an agenda there. I have 2 action items. One is the chief judge presentation. The other one is, I will talk about that one later, but in going to the chief judge presentations, I want to get Greg on the line. Or Verlin, do you need that? His number?
Well, let me get this one set up.
Get who on the line?
On this system, we can have one. Let me
Okay.
set this one up real quick.
Okay.
698 8359
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Hi.
So we're here in Tribal Council. We're doing a legal report. The first action item on the agenda is the chief judge presentations. So that's where we're at. So before we...
Okay.
So we're starting with that. So...
Okay, sounds good. So let me know when you want me to plug in.
So Tribal Council, as you know, we had, according to my report, 1, 2, 3, 4, we had 6 applicants. We have scored them in accordance with the code. We do have those scoring sheets available, and if you'd like to see those or discuss, we could go into executive session on personnel matter. If not, we can just move forward and talk about where would you want to start, actually?
Motion to go into an executive session to discuss personnel issue. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Lake Traverse, second by Long Hollow. Question by Enemy Swim, call for vote.
Deanna Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Warren,
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen, Kay Lydia Amos, Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Madam Hey,
our in-house legal negotiated contract.
Motion moved by Deanna Crawford, second by Curtis Bassinet. Christian by Diagata. Dion, so do you want the, after it's negotiated, have it signed, or do you want to come back to council before it's signed?
What would be the best way? Maybe have it come back to council for signature, we can go into special session and see it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Can you read the motion, read it back?
Okay, to appoint Ruth Hopkins. Well, Megan, are you going to do a resolution for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the resolution form to appoint Ruth Hopkins as SWO Chief Judge, as recommended by the in-house legal counsel, and to authorize the in-house legal counsel to negotiate the contract or tribal counsel review. Good, Mr. Chairman? Yes, sir. Deanna Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana? Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yeah.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs, and I thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for chairing your meeting. This meeting, everyone is exec, and as far as I know, you guys are left off that equalizer.
I was just going to move forward with the other action item I have on the agenda. That's with the information we received from our Angelique Eaglewoman. She's an employee over at Mitchell Hamlin School of Law. She did provide us information for her law school clinic. It has clinics every semester. Her clinic involves code drafting. I asked for a motion to approve the legal department to work with the William Mitchell Law School code drafting clinic and to enter into a contract with special services.
So moved by Madam Vice Chair.
Second.
Second by Tokunawa.
Oh, what?
Question by Madam Secretary.
Maybe can you give me that framework?
Yep.
We're done.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana? Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yeah.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Deon Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Moving on to your last bullet.
Mr. Chairman, was 50 still here?
Yeah, she was excused. She's
Oh. Thought she just took a break. No, that's for Floyd.
Oh.
So we had discussion in regards to the SHOTA RFP, also the REB stuff, the drug court. And so the last thing I had was just to, and I think this was approved anyways through the tribal council minutes, about the approval of the Malincroft bankruptcy settlement agreement, which was approved in an executive committee meeting.
Okay.
Hey,
So-
Gypsy, can you hear the legal right now? Or can you hear us?
Just,
Okay. All right, thanks.
and that was the only thing I had.
Okay, any questions coming from council or the executive body on that approval of the, I can't even say that name, but the bankruptcy settlement agreement?
Bad name?
Oh, you already did? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah.
sorry about that, you guys.
Motion to approve legal office, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska to
Second.
approve the legal report, second by Tokanoa. Is there a question? Question by Yagapta.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Lloyd Burke Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Deanna Crawford?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs. Megan, thank you for your written report as you presented to Council. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Secretary, remember, she missed this action item in her report.
Yeah, okay. Mine's missing.
Go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Go ahead. I mean, you can go ahead first.
Okay, thank you. This is a request on behalf of Behavioral Health Department. Youth and Family Tree is requesting to purchase gift cards from Walmart and Subway cards to be used as incentives for group meetings and recruitment and public relations. And the cards are also used when the client family needs assistance that are working with their program. And the amount is $5,375 even.
Any questions, comments coming from leadership for her action item?
I see the procurement stamp, so I'll make that motion.
Yes.
Second.
So moved by Tokanoa, second by Deanna Crawford.
Question.
Question by Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Deanna Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
I need to have somebody clarify what that motion was, I couldn't hear it.
Okay, can you clarify that, Madam Secretary, for the amount and what it's for, please?
It's for Family Tree and Youth and Family Tree to purchase Walmart and Subway gift cards for $5,375.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lloyd Burke Jr.?
Yeah.
Travel Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Executives.
Is that it, Madam Secretary?
Thank you.
All right,
That's it.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. If there's no further,
I just let her go first.
okay. Dallas, floor is yours.
So this year has been quite the fun run, and honestly, there's no easy way to say this. So I'm going to make the motion to suspend the SWO Tribal Vice Chair with pay pending a removal hearing for alleged gross incompetency and for a hearing to be held on October 14th, 2021, or 5 days after the Tribal Vice Chairwoman has been officially served by the Tribal Secretary with a copy of the written charges and resolution. And that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion moved by Emily Swim,
Second.
second by Lake Traverse. If there's no question, I'm going to call for vote.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Deanna Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
No.
Lloyd Burke Jr.?
Yeah.
Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. At this time, any further?
Motion to
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn.
So moved by Deanna Crawford, second by Dallas Owen. Members of Council, we are adjourned at 3:33.
There, we